Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Halton Catholic District School Board on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and will be posted on the board's YouTube channel. Tonight, we have most trustees attending in person, the few participating remotely. In order to be recognized, please use the hand up feature in Teams to be automatically placed in queue. For those in the boardroom, please remember to turn your desk mics on when you speak. For those attending remotely, please remember to turn on your microphone and camera when you are recognized to speak, and turn off your camera and mics otherwise. Trustees, please remember that if you speak when you're not recognized or when you do not have the floor, your mic will be muted. We have guests online tonight, and I would like to extend a very warm welcome to them. Today, June 21st, is the National Indigenous People Day. We recognize and celebrate the unique heritage, diverse cultures, and outstanding contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. During the month of June, we also celebrate elementary and secondary school graduations throughout our board. Congratulations and best wishes to our graduates, and thank you to our school staff and parent volunteers for their work in providing memorable in-person graduation event for our students this year. Today is the last scheduled board meeting before we break for the summer, and it is also the last meeting we have Director Daly with us. We are grateful to Director Daly for the steady leadership he has provided to our system, and we thank you. Wish you all the best. Thank you as you move on to your next chapter in your career. Once again, congratulations, and we wish you all the best. Tonight is also the last meeting for our student trustees. And Trustee Bowie, Trustee Mastrihammer, and Tokiwa. And I want to thank you all for the wonderful work and excellent work that you have done to bring student voice to the table. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to pass our best wishes to you as you continue to university, not you, Trustee Bowie. And please accept a small token which you have at your desk. Thank you so much. Moving on to the first order of business is thank you. Moving on to the first order of business is the land acknowledgement, opening prayer, national anthem, and the oath of citizenship. So, sorry.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Trustee Guzzo.
You called to order, and with all due respect, I appreciate the messages that you just sent out. But where on the agenda does this come before our land acknowledgement and our prayer when our meeting has been called to order?
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Well taken. We shall find a location for that next meeting, but I think it's important to acknowledge.
No, I understand, but I was away at the last meeting, and when I listened to it, I noticed you did that then as well.
Yep.
You know, we talk about following our bylaws and the agenda. Nothing should precede our land acknowledgement and our opening prayer when a meeting is called to order.
Yeah.
So not even an address from the chair.
Point is well taken.
Thank you.
We shall find a spot for that. Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. But we also need to thank everybody involved, so we'll take care of that. Moving on to the land order, opening prayer, national anthem, and order of citizenship. I ask staff to please start us off with the land acknowledgement.
Halton, as we know it today,
is rich in the history and modern traditions
of many First Nations and the Métis.
From the lands of the Anishinaabe,
to the Attawandaron,
the Haudenosaunee,
and the Métis. These lands surrounding the Great Lakes
are steeped in Indigenous history.
As we gather today
on these treaty lands,
our Catholic social teachings call us in solidarity
with our Indigenous brothers and sisters.
So honor and respect. For direction. Lands, waters, plants, animals, and ancestors that walked before us.
All these wonderful elements of creation exist.
Gifted to us by our Creator God. We acknowledge and thank
the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation
for being stewards of this traditional territory.
Thank you. Trustee Tokiwa, could you please lead us in the opening prayer, the national anthem, and the oath of citizenship?
If you'd all join me in the sign of our faith, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Dear Father, I thank you that throughout the season of life, there are endings and new beginnings. I bless your word that reminds us that there is a time for every purpose under heaven. So I thank you for the things that have ended in my life, and I bless you for the new beginnings. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. If you'd all rise now for the singing of O Canada.
I affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, and that I will faithfully observe the laws of Canada, fulfill my duties as a Canadian citizen. Motions adopted in camera. There were no motions adopted in camera. Information received in camera. Vice Chair Agnew, please read the information received in camera.
The following information was received in camera. Kevin De Silva appointed as department head effective September the 1st, 2022 for a period of up to 4 years. Holly Roberts appointed acting department head effective September the 1st, 2022 for a period of up to 1 year. Brenda Bolliger, Karen Cook, Kevin Harkin, and John Koser will retire effective June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Moving on to the next order of business, which is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
Mr. Chair.
Trustees, please remember to use the hand up feature.
Yeah, I apologize for that, but
Trustee DeRosa, you do not have the floor. Please use the hand up feature and you'll be automatically put in the queue. Thank you. Trustee Carabella.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 notices of motion. May I read the titles? You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Please read the title.
Thank you. The first one is Upholding the Sanctity of Life in Fundraising Services at Halton Catholic District School Board, Abortion.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Next motion.
And the second motion is retract the letter of April 22, 2022.
Can you just read the title again? Retract letter of?
Retract the letter of April 22 in 2022. Like, that's the date, April 22, 2022.
So, and the next one would be 10.9. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two notices of motion as well, the title of which is, the first one is School Generated Funds, and the second one is Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Your items will be 10.1, 10.11, School Generated Funds, and 10.12, Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Trustee. Do we have any other additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda? As moved, O'Brien. As moved by Trustee O'Brien. Looking for a seconder.
I will second, Mr. Chair.
DeRosa. I shall now take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Ohonchanara. In favor. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien. In favor. Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Arabella.
In favor.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. The agenda carries. Moving on to the next order of business is the declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to be declared tonight? Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 declarations of conflict of interest. One is 8.1 budget estimates. This action item is divided into 2 separate motions. The first deals with teachers' salaries. Therefore, I will be declaring a conflict of interest on the first part of this item. Second conflict, item 10.4, budget quarterly report. This salary. My wife is an occasional teacher with the board. Therefore, I will be declaring a conflict of interest on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Trustee DeRosa, I did explain the rules very clearly. Kindly use the hand up feature and you will be recognized.
No ill intended.
DeRosa, I need to make some notes myself. Okay, Trustee DeRosa, you have a hand up. Do you?
I will declare a conflict of interest similar to my colleague and for the same reasons, except that I have family who are full-time in the elementary panel, so I will be not voting in the first part of the motion, but in the second part.
Trustee DeRosa, that's 8.2. You are declaring a conflict of interest as well.
No, 8.1 and 8.4, 10.4.
Thank you, trustees. Moving on to the next order of business, which is presentations. The first presentation is IDARE. Director Daly, please introduce the presentations.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So tonight we welcome Bonnie Wilshire to introduce the IDARE presentation from the IDARE parent group that's at Queen of Heaven School in Milton. So welcome, Ms. Wilshire. We're really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good evening, trustees. I am very proud to be here to present to you about IDARE on behalf of Queen of Heaven, and thank you for this opportunity to allow me to present at this time. Without further ado, you are going to be watching a video presentation that includes the voices of administrators, the parents, staff, and teachers as we talk to you and share with you about IDEA? Thank you. I should add I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of the video. Hello, everyone, and welcome to IDEA. I'm Bonnie Wilshire, and I'm the chair of the Queen of Heaven IDEA Committee. IDEA stands for Inclusion, Diversity, Anti-Racism, and Equity. The small I, meaning diminishing the focus on self and enhancing the focus on the needs of the many. Why is it important to have an IDEA committee in schools and in schools across the board? It's because IDEA is not just an acronym. IDEA is a way of knowing, understanding, being, and doing, and connecting to people of many different cultures, heritages, and identities. We embrace the Catholic tenet that we are all created equally in the eyes of God. And our goal and mission is to create safe and welcoming and inclusive spaces for all our staff, students, and parent community members. We want students to see themselves reflected in everything that we do, imprinted in the environment, activities that we have, events, and also curriculum supports. Our motto is many voices, one vision. Here are the many voices.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for us to share our thoughts about IDARE from a school administrative perspective. We find IDARE, both our parent committee and our school student staff committee, provides a concrete, realistic framework to address important issues related to inclusion, diversity, anti-racism, and equity. IDARE provides the opportunity for all stakeholders to make connections on various levels, both within and beyond our school. It allows for meaningful partnerships amongst our parents, our staff, and of course our students, and even community groups and agencies. A wonderful example of this would have been our Power of One exhibit we hosted back in the month of February.
This year, more than ever, IDARE has allowed for and promoted student voice and leadership around topics that are of interest to our students and that students themselves deem meaningful and relevant to other students, our school, and the broader community. For our IDARE students, we have fostered within them the belief that they are agents of change and they can make a difference. The entire IDARE framework allows us to connect our school improvement plan with our anti-bullying plan and all the work we do within our school through the lens of inclusion, diversity, anti-racism, and equity.
As stewards of IDEA, we connect with and collaborate with other schools, helping them to establish their own committees and grow their IDEA culture and collaborating on joint initiatives. Our vision is to have IDEA across all schools in the board. Together, we can grow the culture within the schools and by extension, grow that IDEA culture within our communities.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris, and I'm a staff representative for IDARE here at Queen of Heaven in Milton. What I'd like to say most, I think, is that this has impacted me as a professional and allowing me to be able to work closely with parents and students. Students, of course, are what our driving force, but having the parent involvement in the IDARE community is led to something that is not just in the school, but also in the community as well. And that cooperation and open doors allowed to do that. So, and then finally this year, it's the students, you know, with 2 years of COVID and not being able to do a lot, we've had a lot go on in the school with the student passion projects entirely led by the students. Things like random acts of kindness, anti-Black racism initiatives, LGBTQS+. It's just, the list goes on, and it's entirely, again, it's student-led. So I think that's the main benefit is equity and diversity, but embedded into everything we do. So thank you.
As a teacher in an IDARE school, I've seen great strides with how the program and the ability for the kids to become involved in different ways of inclusivity and recognizing diversity and the importance of being champions through a variety of ways. So one, obviously working directly with the group, I can see how the students have taken on the responsibility of educating others and the empowerment that it's given them. But also as an educator, being able to have those difficult conversations in the classroom and setting my students up for a brave space has been astronomical in allowing for us to have great conversation, increase our understanding, allow us to be more inclusive, and to recognize just the importance of that God is represented in every human being in our school and every human being that we encounter. And I think this has been such a great opportunity for myself as an educator, and I feel blessed and lucky to have been able to be part of this.
As a new teacher at Queen of Heaven, it has been an honor to be part of the IDARE committee. As a staff member, it has been a privilege to be able to work with such amazing individuals from both the parent committee and my fellow staff and students around the school. I helped facilitate a lot of initiatives with the students. A big part of my passion is student voice, and being able to allow their voice to shine for various matters that are important to them has been so rewarding. I hope and I know that IDARE will continue to do great things within our school community and beyond. And I really hope that other schools can orchestrate such a wonderful and meaningful committee within their own school communities as well.
Hello, my name is Olivia, and I am one of the Grade 8 IDARE representatives this year. Being back from COVID has been a very good experience because we have been able to take on many initiatives that we wouldn't have been able to last year. There were so many different ways that our committee has impacted the school. Personally, my favorite initiatives were the Unity presentation, monthly Orange Shirt Days, Black History Trailblazers, Christmas Around the World, and the International Women's Day display. Also, the students at our school put together passion projects that allowed us to spread awareness about topics we think would be important and that need to be shared. This included Random Acts of Kindness, Culture Day, Environmental Garbage Cleanup, 2SL LGBTQI+, World Ocean Day, Stereotypes, and more. IDARE is important to me because it represents diversity and inclusion. It also allows us to make changes in the community and have our voices heard.
Hi, my name is Valerie Nelson, and I am the proud grandmother of a grade 3 student at Queen of Heaven Catholic Elementary School. I'm also a member of the very dynamic, driven, hardworking IDARE Parent Committee. As the lead of the Cultural Subcommittee, it is indeed an honor to plan, propose, and organize culturally relevant activities for the entire QH community. In planning these activities, the aim is always to increase awareness of the lived experiences of Canada's diverse communities. I'm proud that many of these activities are not simply one-offs, but continue to be embraced by the entire QH community. The impact of the work that is done by our committee is palpable and is evident in school-wide participation in activities proposed by the subcommittee, and of course the interest displayed by other schools wanting to form their own student and parent committee. This is my third year as a member of the IDARE Parent Committee, and I look forward to continuing working with members of this committee, the QH staff, and of course an amazingly supportive QH admin.
Hi, my name is Margie Keats, and I am part of the IDARE Parent Committee. My role within the committee is helping with the communications subcommittee. And my specific role is to help connect the pieces between education and engagement, as well as to communicate back to home what other parts of the group might be working on at any given time. So one of the ways that I do this is through the maintenance of the website, which you can see here as I'm scrolling. So with each month, that actually includes a calendar of events that gets updated. It's a calendar of events and celebrations, as well as a monthly newsletter. So the calendar of events, what we will do is we put important days and events throughout each month, and we also connect back to our educational series slide decks. So the educational series it's intended for use by parents and families, as well as to help support ongoing learning within the classroom. Each educational series has a curation of all sorts of different information, events, local and virtual, as well as materials that could be useful for furthering those discussions, whether those discussions are happening around the kitchen table or in the class environment. Thanks.
IDEA is shifting mindsets. IDEA is growing a culture where people can bring their authentic selves to the table every day. IDEA is building relationships between people of different cultures and heritages and identities in a way that has been unprecedented in our schools. Be excited, be motivated, but most importantly, be inspired to champion IDEA across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Trustees, do we have questions? I see a few hands up here. Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Hi, Bonnie. How are you?
Hi, Brenda. How are you?
Thank you so much for presenting this evening. I do have a question for you. So I love what you do. I follow what you do. I'm always intrigued on the programs and everything that you're offering. So kudos on a great job. Is yours the only, from what I gather, yours is the only IDEA in our system? Am I missing? Do we have IDEA committees in other schools in our system?
Yes, we do. Currently we have 4 schools, including ours, that have active IDEA committees, either parent or student or both. So 4 schools in Milton. And then we have schools that we've spoken to, about 15 schools, up to 15 schools across Halton, Oakville, Burlington, who we've spoken to and presented to their parent councils. And they're in the midst of trying to see how they can start establishing committees in different phases of discussions and whatnot. But even more excitedly, we also have had contact from schools in Richmond Hill, in Thunder Bay, in Toronto, and outside the board, because they've been hearing about the buzz about IDEA and they really want to get something started in their schools.
And what's the feedback been like from the schools that you've approached here within our system with respect to looking at an IDEA for their school?
So very candidly, the feedback is great. Everybody's excited, administrators, parent councils, and they're very motivated to have an IDEA committee in their schools. One of the things that they talk about, that they look to us for mentorship and look at what we're doing, is how to get started. And we just basically say you start where you are. If you're doing any activities at all that support diversity, equity, and inclusion, you're already on the path. But what we're advocating is working together collaboratively, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? So we can help schools just amplify what they're doing and add to it, and have them not be, left in the lurch thinking that, we have to think and plan and everything, and this is too much. And this is why we have a Facebook community hub as well for schools to join and post what they're doing, whether big or small. And this is why we also have the Google site, which the QR code is at the end of the presentation for people to see, and modeled on the Google site is the very terms of reference for setting up the committee. So we make it very easy for people to duplicate. There's no ownership of material. It's all about sharing. They say sharing is caring. So we can get to the point where we can have those, we do have joint collaborations between other schools that have IDEA committees, but we are going to expand that and start having even larger groups so we can come together and even co-fund initiatives and activities as well.
Thank you for your advocacy and allyship, Bonnie. It's great to hear. Keep up the good work.
Thank you on behalf of our team.
On the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo, Trustee Murphy, and Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Bonnie. Thank you so much for saying. I am inspired. I love IDARE. You've not only have you dropped the ceiling, but you've crashed the ceiling with this. I have a couple questions for you, and I apologize for my voice in advance. So let me know if you can hear me. Your newsletter, amazing. I noticed you had events posted and education on there. Who does the education piece? Do you do? Like, is it the committee that does it? Is it parent-led? Is it collaboration?
This is the amazing thing. So it is parent-led, and we have, as you saw, we have different subcommittee leads. So there are times at which some of us would take lead on some decks, depending if it's something close to us. For example, I have a son who has autism, so I take the lead on the autism deck. It might be somebody else who has another child, another family member, or another area of interest that leads it, or we co-curate the decks. So it's all done by the parents. And as you can see, it's quite extensive. I think we have about 35 decks that have everything from resources for viewing material, reading material, teaching material, parents and everything, as you heard in the video. But it is a labor of love, but we do it because we are very motivated to imprint the culture and extend it to whoever needs it to get their schools going.
Guzzo, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for your committee. Thank you to you for sharing, being your authentic self and sharing your lived experiences, because that's how we grow as a community and continue. I look forward to seeing it grow across to those 15 schools. I'm very excited to watch. So if there's anything I could ever do, please feel free to reach out, Bonnie. Much appreciated. Much love.
Thank you. Just advocate, because as I said, we would love to have IDEA. All schools have IDEA committees, and reach a point where it's something that is a given that schools, should have an IDEA committee, and we can work together, as a full community together across the board.
Thank you. Moving down speakers list, we have Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonnie, thank you for presenting tonight. Always very enlightening, and thank you for answering those odd questions that I always ask you. And you're always very supportive and helpful to me. So the point of scaling the program to other schools, I'm assuming that one of the challenges, you need a champion in that school. Is there anything the board can do to help support or facilitate getting the program rolled out quicker?
That's an excellent question. Besides championing IDEA itself, one of the things that we would like to see is more connection between board goals for schools in this area and IDEA. So I know that the schools, I don't know what the correct description of it is, but I know schools do some sort of report back to the board on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So for example, what it looks like at Queen of Heaven is that we are able to align our IDEA goals for the year with that report back. So it gives our school like a head start, and we work together to realize those objectives. So we have tangible evidence and proof and data to work with when we're looking at the end of year reporting. And that's something that if it's something required by the board in terms of the report backs, linking it and just, championing that, if you have an IDEA committee, this is a way of, aligning and synchronizing what you do and even powering up, because there's strength in numbers. And that's why we're trying to have all committees so we can sort of lift each other up and pull each other along to create that culture across the board. And that would be very helpful. And then other than that, any which way that you can see to link IDEA to board goals and objectives for schools and students in particular, because the students, I know it's said all the time, but the students are the leaders of tomorrow, right? And we're really working to imprint that culture, and it's like cultural immersion, if you think about it, cultural immersion, so that it extends not only through our student, staff and admin community, but also by extension into the very families in our communities.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy, do you have a follow-up?
No, that's a great point. If we can pool resources and limit duplication, we'll be able to help roll that out. So appreciate your support as always. Thank you.
Thank you. On the speakers list, we have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Bonnie. We've never officially met or even spoken, so I hope I can call you Bonnie. Thank you for the presentation. My question is very simple. I think the initiative is in its, if I may, in its infancy, and certainly I think you're going to find a lot of support around the table. I'm wondering whether you've thought of whether there's any provincial initiative that is even being contemplated as an overarching organization to advance this program, and maybe some funding. So, just a question.
Okay, so we are advancing it. I know it seems to be in infancy, but the IDEA committee is 2 years and a bit old in terms of what we've been doing, building that foundation. But it builds on a committee that was established since 2017. We rebranded to IDEA in 2020, along with terms of reference, subcommittees. And because it is, I should say, a subcommittee of the Parent Council, we have a budget for our operations, which allows us to fund presenters, from external presenters, in events and whatnot that are IDEA related, et cetera, et cetera. What we would be hoping for, in terms of progress and validation and also legitimacy, is going back to what Patrick Murphy was saying in terms of, what can the board do, is to have that sort of IDEA imprint, and championed by the board. Potentially that could mean, assigning, some sort of budget externally from the board, for IDEA for each school as an incentive, right, for schools to start their IDEA committees. It could also look like, having in the printed agendas, that there's a section for IDEA in the printed agendas that talks about what IDEA is, gives a link to, the sites and stuff, because we're not just engaging parent communities. The students also, can access the website and look at things that are happening. And if you go to the site, you'll see that it covers activities, across the school, but also we profile any activities that other IDEA schools are doing as well. So there's a lot of information on that site. So in terms of having further, provincial support, as you know, we're a subcommittee of the Parent Council, so we would be going through the same sorts of route as the Parent Council in terms of getting funding and whatnot, right? So because we are just part of the council. I don't think we would go beyond that externally, but as a committee, we do have the leeway to do things like fundraise. We do have a subcommittee, a finance subcommittee lead, and we are able to fundraise if we need to as well, to support our activities. But again, if every school that adopts the IDEA brand and builds their communities and works together, can also pool any funding that they have from budgets, from Parent Council and whatnot, to do major events and do collective fundraising as well. Because I think it's great to get parents and students and staff all engaged, community working for community and community supporting community. There's a sense of ownership when you achieve something for yourselves, as opposed to having something just handed down. There's a joy in working towards goals, and there's a joy in seeing those goals realized. And that's what we have been doing. We've seen a lot of our goals realized, and we've seen the culture shift, and we've seen the excitement that has generated through the board and beyond.
Well, thank you very much. I think these are exciting beginnings, and certainly on a personal basis, if I can help in any way, please reach out. But also the board, I think, is probably everyone around the table is probably motivated to make sure that you're put on the path of success. Thank you, Bon.
Thank you.
No other hands up. So thank you to you and the IDA team for presenting. I want you to know that your work is appreciated, and good work in Milton. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for your time. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks. Moving on to the next presentation, senior staff update. Director Daly, please introduce the presentation.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. So 2 presentations tonight. One will be a school update that I'll do in a few minutes, but with us tonight are Superintendent Lori Narr and our System Chaplaincy Leader, Jillian Federico.
Thank you, Director Daly. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce to you a new theological theme that will be used in our system over the next 4 years. As you may be aware, since 2007, our district has used a theological theme to support our schools in reflection and intentional planning on the infusion of faith into the life of our schools across the district. Included in your packages this evening is a more detailed report that outlines the context and plans for our new theme. Our first theological theme was launched in 2007, and God saw that it was good. This theme explored the effect that our actions have on our world. In 2009, Hear the Word of the Lord, Learn to Do Good, Seek Justice was a theme that focused on nurturing the call to love and serve as people of faith, living out God's plan. 2013 brought us to the theme, Who Do You Say That I Am?, which focused on coming to know Jesus more fully through answering questions posed around who are we in relationship with Jesus, who are we as members of a Catholic community, and who are we as members of our church. And finally, our current theme was launched in 2017, Do You Love Me? This theme built on a growing understanding of Jesus, who Jesus is to us, through asking the transforming question asked by Jesus to Peter, do you love me? We had a great committee that consisted of representatives from across our system that helped to create the theme and develop a rollout plan. This committee was led by Jillian Federico, our System Chaplaincy and Faith Formation Leader. And I'm happy to call upon Jillian now to share our new theme and the plans for rolling it out to the system.
Lori, I think Jillian might be frozen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like she is. So I'll send her a quick message to see, because I know she has lots of things she wants to share. And in the meantime, until she jumps back in, I can share a little bit with you. So the theme here is, what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God? And this is taken from Micah. And so when we look at the new theological theme, we can take a look at discerning what God asks us of us, and doing this through these statements here: rebuilding and renewing our faith, catechesis and evangelization for our adults and children, growing in our understanding of God's plan of love and living it to the full, growing in our understanding of our tenets of the faith, growing in inclusion and accompaniment of all, growing in care for our world, its people, and its ecology through a consistent life ethic, growing in understanding of our church's relationship with other faiths and traditions, and learning equity and justice in our accompaniment of other. And so when we look at our rollout plan, we look at using many avenues of bringing this theme to life. So through weaving, learning, developing, encountering, rediscovering and seeing. We'll find ways to break open this theme and to connect it to what's really happening in our schools, what today's context for our students, for our home schools and parishes, and bringing this theme to life, but also putting it into action as well. And of course, connecting our theme to achieving, believing, and belonging. I think the theme lends itself well to making connections to all of our pillars that we focus on across our system. I'm not sure if Jillian's been able to rejoin us, but I can continue. So here is some of the places that we would be making connections with our theme. Through our board equity and inclusion goals and initiatives through the lens of Catholic faith, promotion of knowledge of the contributions of people of other cultures to our faith tradition, promotion of initiatives to support the 2S LGBTQIA+ members of our board family, familiarization with the foundational teachings of the church, with church documents, relevant declarations, encyclicals, and apostolic exhortations, along with connecting to promote relationships of faith and science. And I see Jillian has joined us, so she is much more eloquent at breaking this open, so I'll let her continue.
Thanks, Laurie. I think that I must have said something that made the system kick me out. It really is exciting, the amount of stuff that we can do with this topic, and I look forward to developing with all of the people who have been so supportive and will continue to be, all of the different mechanisms that we can use in order to be able to present this, such as our focus on faith updates, sample liturgies, prayer cards, challenge cards, which are rather like trivia games that we have used in the past on Twitter and on various connection sites. We're hoping to use podcasts, posters, links to Vatican sites and other sources for various documents, information, saints, church history, information about opportunities for social justice and volunteer work from the diocese, and from local agencies such as Halton Alive, Shifra House, the Kerr Street Mission, the School Sisters of Notre Dame, Laudato Si initiative, seniors' homes, and all of the many, many ways in which our schools reach out to show that they understand that we are not a closed community, that as the Catholic community of the Halton Catholic District School Board, we're part of a larger community, which in turn is part of another larger community, all the way up to being citizens of the world. We'll also be offering adult faith formation sessions, hoping to offer parent information evening sessions, both in person and virtually, book studies, collaboration with parishes, which we're already involved in conversation for, focus for our faith days and in prayers for our PA days, connections to the liturgical year, curriculum links, social media, peer-to-peer evangelization, and those are just a few of the opportunities that we can see as we move forward with this theme. Our next steps will be, first of all, to bring to our current theme to a close in a dignified way, so that we will give schools suggestions on how they can perhaps move the existing banners to a new place of dignity and honor in their schools while preparing the space for the new theme. They will be given liturgies to be able to do this, and then the new theme will be unveiled to staff on Faith Day 2022, along with liturgies and opportunities for celebration to make that happen. It will be unrolled to the staff on Faith Day, and then in the week following, schools will introduce the new theme and start implementing the supporting resources. We envision this theme unrolling over the 4 years with a different focus every year, which arises from the scripture that we're using from the pericope, and focusing on sacraments, on scripture, and on actions which tie to both the scripture, the sacrament, and the focus as we move forward. we have a beautiful prayer, which is always one of the items that we prepare with a theme. And this was prepared for us by Norm Roberts, principal at Notre Dame Secondary School, and Sarah Kwasinski, the chaplain or chaplaincy leader at St. Francis Xavier's School. And I will give you a moment just to read through that prayer. You will note that the prayer picks up on the four themes that we've discussed: unity, kindness, courage to embrace those who are different, to walk with the Lord, to walk humbly with our God. And asking all of this, as always, through Jesus, our friend and our Lord, which picks up on the themes from the previous years. Are there any questions?
Superintendent Nara, Gillian, and trustees, we have questions. We have Vice Chair Agnew. Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you to both of you. I'll be brief. I just had one question with respect to one of the initiatives or one of the mechanisms that you listed was around social justice initiatives and the opportunity to get involved. And I noticed that you listed one and then you spoke about a few others, Jillian. So I'm wondering how will these opportunities be defined and how will they be researched and communicated? So who will come up with sort of that list of different organizations or community groups or things like that, and then how will that be communicated out for those opportunities for the students?
Gillian.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. We tend to get our lists of organizations with which we work through the Diocese Office of Social Justice, and we work in conjunction with them and with the head of that department at the diocese in order to be able to present those options. And they would be sent out as we communicate all of the other aspects of our theological theme through newsletters to the pastoral animators and to the chaplains in the schools and through all of the other means of communication that we have customarily used in order to spread our theme.
Thanks, Jillian. So I'm not sure how fulsome that list is that you would be getting from the diocese, but I have to imagine that there's a number of other organizations and associations that might be near and dear to a school or may have a personal resonance with someone, or there could be a lived experience piece there. So, are you working with any other committees or any other groups within our system to come up with some of those ideas on some other opportunities that could resonate?
Well, certainly the only reason that I had listed Halton Alive was that that is one that is common to all of our secondary schools through the Culture of Life organization. But each of the high schools and many of the elementary schools tend to have organizations that they support in their own schools. And we are very happy to work with them to verify that they're appropriate. And we would do that with the assistance of the diocesan office.
Thank you, trustee. Up next, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Gillian. Thank you for presenting the new theological themes. I think our chaplaincy are the unsung heroes of our board, and the work they do to engage students and staff and to enhance our Catholicity is just proof of the positive light that our board has, regardless of the news media and others who like to point fingers. This is a school board of faith and light, and that is supported by our chaplaincy. So I thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Trustee Ohan Chanada, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one question. There was one bullet about peer-to-peer evangelization. Jillian, could you just a little more detail? I'm not quite sure what that is.
Jillian.
Through you, Mr. Chair, very often, particularly in our secondary schools, we have students who work with the chaplain to be involved in various aspects of faith development. And we find that very often a student will be much happier talking to another person of their own age about faith, and they have the opportunity to investigate questions to which, if their peer isn't able to answer, they would go to the chaplain to get a broader instruction about that and be able to share with each other. And it's like anything else that our young people do. They tend to be far more interested in doing it if it's being communicated to them with the support of somebody their own age. So therefore, that kind of peer-to-peer presentation is something that we will very much encourage. And we will be having workshops. In the past, we have trained extraordinary ministers in our secondary schools, lecturers, various ministries, and those students in turn go out and recruit other students to join them, so that I think this is something that we can build on.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Ohan Chinoram. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly thank you to Superintendent Nair and Gillian. I think it's important to have programs and be reminded that we are a Catholic faith-based institution, and all the good things that come with it. So this is certainly an opportunity to take that pause and remember who we are and say who we are. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention as well that I think we have Sarah Edwards joining us from Christ the King Secondary School, who is the artist who has created the artwork for our theme that takes us through the next 4 years. So I want to acknowledge and thank Sarah for sharing her incredible talent with us and creating these images that we'll be able to use throughout the next 4 years. And I think Gillian may want to add to that as well.
For sure. And I apologize for my clock, which I can't turn off. Sarah, are you with us? I know that I saw that Sarah was with us earlier, and so I'm hoping that she is still there, even if she isn't able to turn on a camera to let us see that she is with us. But Sarah, I have to express to you my profound thanks for the willingness and graciousness with which you entered into this creative process to come up with some very, very beautiful and meaningful artwork. I know that we have shown it to some of your peers who have found it very stimulating and interesting, and they have expressed their support of you in that as well. And just to show you, which I hope you can see, that we do have a certificate here for you, which I will very gladly present to you at your graduation ceremony on a Thursday morning at the church where you have your graduation mass. And I look forward to the opportunity to be able to thank you in person for the work that you have done so willingly. And I'm also told by Rob DeFranco that you worked with him with incredible humility and grace. And so you're already living the theme that you have drawn for us. And we look forward to being able to share this with the world over the next 4 years and hope that we will do you justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Nair, Gillian and team once again for this tremendous work. And thank you to Sarah once again for the artwork, which is all inclusive and based on the theme of social justice. It was a pleasure to work on this committee along with Trustee Bowie. Once again, thanks. Moving on to the next order of business, which is the delegations. We have one delegation this evening. Our delegate is online, and we will let them know when to begin. The delegate will
Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
Mr. Chair, I believe Director Daly has a fulsome report he'd like to share with us.
Director Daly, go ahead.
I'm not sure it's fulsome, but thank you, Trustee Guzzo. So a bit of an update tonight, really taking a look at I guess what's happened in June, what will happen over the next week or so, some of the programming we have on tap for the summer, and then a bit of a look into next year. So the first two slides really just kind of review what our focus has been over this school year. We started kind of in one way and had a few bumps in the road, but eventually by second semester, we were able to get back to a more regular sort of schedule, and certainly this spring has felt more like a typical school year, if there's such a thing anymore. And I do want to thank our staff at the school level in particular for, in some ways, really kind of maybe jamming in is not the right word, but jamming in 2 years of events in the last 5 or 6 weeks of school, and it's been a real pleasure for me, and I know trustees have been out to school events as well, to be able to gather again in liturgy and mass, school barbecues, graduations this month. It's really a testament to the work of our staff and our parent volunteers throughout the system. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank them for that. We can probably go through the next one, Rosie. So EQAO is, the window for EQAO assessments is still open until the end of this week, but I'm pretty sure for all of our grade 3, 6, and 9 students, the EQAO assessments have been completed. Trustees would be aware and parents would be aware, as well as teachers and kids, I guess, that we did have a couple of glitches in the elementary grade 3 and 6 assessments that did come to EQAO's attention. They were external issues to our board and to other boards in the province. So they did have to kind of pull the site down for a few days to do some work on it. It was able to get back up and running, and we were able to get back up and running as well. So again, I want to thank classroom teachers and in particular, and school admin who may have been in charge of organizing some of those assessments. It was a lot to take on in a kind of a compacted time period and a new format as well. So thanks to our staff for hanging in there for our students as well. Next slide, Rosie. So it has been a busy June, as it often is. We know that today, as Chair Dwart mentioned, and we've seen throughout the system today is National Indigenous Peoples Day. I want to acknowledge the work of our Indigenous Education Advisory Council, in particular the work of Sherry Sayville throughout the school year for amplifying Indigenous education throughout our board and beyond our board, particularly in the month of June, and particularly with the program that we piloted for our grade 5 students up at the Country Heritage Park over the past week or two. The feedback, at least anecdotally, from students and staff that were able to participate was really tremendous. June is also devoted to the Sacred Heart of Jesus, and for the last week and a half, concluding this Friday, our schools have been participating either as groups or classes or individual teachers in a novena to the Sacred Heart that was organized at a provincial level by the Institute for Catholic Education. And finally, in June, we also know that it's a month that we have recognized Pride Month, as it is in Canada. We've really worked hard to recognize it in our board in a special way. This year, for the first time, we flew the Pride flag here at the CEC and all of our elementary and secondary schools. We started the month with the flag raising at all our schools, and I know many trustees were able to get out to a number of events, very impactful, very powerful. I think it's been a great step forward for our board. So we recognize that on June 1st, and schools also had Pride awareness throughout the month, but also designated the midpoint of June, June 14th, as a system-wide Pride Awareness Day. And at many schools, it was an example of school councils and parents taking some lead role in some of the events at the school. At other schools, in particular, some of our high schools, either GSAs at the school or other student leadership groups were able to promote events as well. So I think the work that's gone on in the board over the last year and a half leading up to this June has been exemplary. And I want to thank everybody who's played a role in that, both advocating for it and in the actual work itself. Finally, all our trustees would know that elementary and secondary schools are in graduation season. I've had the opportunity to go to a couple of grads with our trustees, and I know your calendars are pretty full as our senior staff. So it's a great opportunity for us to play a small role in the graduation ceremonies for our students who are entering high school and our students who are moving on post-secondary, whether it's to a job, to an apprenticeship, to some post-secondary education, or whether they're coming back maybe to upgrade some marks. It's a really exciting time of year, stressful time of year for kids and parents for sure. But it's certainly been great to be able to return to those in-person events and keep some of the online sort of components that we had in the previous years as well. In terms of some of the just the kind of wrap up to next week. So two of these dates are really a little bit more specific to secondary. At the secondary level, June 27th is designated as a final assessment day, and that's really for students who have maybe missed an assessment day due to illness or a number of other reasons, so they can complete their assessments before the end of the school year. On June 28th, secondary students can return back to school to be able to see their final assessments and final marks. And then on June 29th, we have a PA day at secondary, and it's the last day of instruction for our elementary schools, and has been the tradition in our board for a number of years. Students will be dismissed 90 minutes early on June 29th, and that brings kind of the formal part of the school year to a close. Again, I really want to recognize the work of our staff, the patience of our parents, support of our parents, the critical eye sometimes that our parents have provided for us in helping us move along in terms of the way we've delivered programming. To hear that feedback is really important to us. I do hope that parents think that it is heard and they can see some tangible evidence of that. I really do want to thank our staff at the school level across all of our groups for the work that they've done this year in particular. Again, a challenging year in many ways, but just outstanding work. So I want to thank our custodians, our ECEs, our EAs, our classroom teachers, administrators, office admin staff, and everybody involved with helping deliver the program at the school level. And certainly thank our senior staff and our managers here at the CEC for their leadership and support of their departments. In terms of kind of what's next, or some of the summer supports that we're able to offer again this year, both because of some of the infrastructure that we've already built in the past two previous summers, and extended funding from the ministry to be able to do that. We will have social workers, child and youth counselors who are available for support over the summer, as we have had in the past. We're working on a collaboration with the Reach Out Center for Kids, who we've worked with quite a bit this year and in years past as well, to be able to provide additional support for students and families. So we're grateful for that and excited that we're able to continue to provide that support over the summer. Trustees and parents and students would know in the spring session, we've provided tutoring at both elementary and secondary in a number of different ways. That was some additional funding that was released by the government in 3 segments. One for the spring, it really comes down to the end of the school year. A summer segment, which will support some of the tutoring programs we're able to offer in the summer. And then in the fall, the final segment to run from September to Christmas, I believe. So that's been a good infusion of funding for us, and we're hopeful that we're taking good advantage of that. In terms of some of the other programming for the summer, our traditional secondary school will be running from July 4th to July 29th. Our 2 credit co-op classes have actually, I think they've had their initial meetings for co-op, because they have to do some of the work outside of the prep work outside of those hours. Summer school for credit bearing courses, we're at around 3,250 students, give or take. That's a little bit down from kind of the height of the pandemic. I think it might speak to possibly the ability of people to be able to travel a little bit more this summer, so maybe taking a break from online learning, but still a really kind of widespread programming for our secondary students to reach ahead, to to recover credits if they're in that situation, or also to reach ahead from elementary to secondary, and also for students to reach ahead in their high school credits as well. Summer tutoring support, we've partnered with the Learning Disabilities Association of Hamilton and Halton to be able to provide some programming. We're offering specific literacy and numeracy sessions for students in grades 1 to 8. We'll be offering our tutoring both in a combination of in-person and online tutoring. Also through our Thomas Merton program, our kind of traditional summer school literacy numeracy program for grades 6 to 8 will run in 2 sessions in the month of July, and they'll run Monday to Friday from 8 to 1:30. Again, some of the long-standing summer programming that we'll continue to offer this year. A little bit more specific and targeted, Camp Summerland for students who are working below benchmark in kind of our low junior grades, primary and low junior grades, and then literacy and numeracy programs for students in grades 6, 7, 8, again, working at level 2 or 3, and those recommendations would have come from the school level. We also offer Indigenous and international languages throughout the summer, and the time frame of that programming is the same as our summer school credit-bearing courses from July 4th to July 29th. Maybe I'll just pause there because I do see a hand up, and I know that some of the senior staff can probably answer some more detailed questions around summer programming if there's any right now.
Trustee Guzzo and Vice Chair Agnew have your hand up. You would like to ask them now or later?
Yeah, okay. There's only a couple more slides. Okay, thank you. Can you go to the next slide, Rosie? Again, we offer our summer programming, some through curriculum services, some through special education, some through continuing ed. So the special education summer learning program, again, it's a little bit more specifically designed for a wide range of students, but those who can benefit from some continued functional literacy, functional numeracy, social skills. We've assigned special education teachers to help support, as well as speech and language pathologists, CDAs, child and youth counselors, EAs, and behavior analysts. We also have special education staff, again, able to support students to be successful in our secondary school credit-bearing courses. And again, that's not new, but it's newish. It's been something we've been able to do, I think, for the past 3 summers. And I think we kind of made a commitment as a board, and if not in writing, I think we did make that commitment that if and when that funding stream ends, if it does, that we would certainly continue to budget for it, because it's been able to open up programming to many more of our students than we've been able to do in the past. So that's been a real benefit, I think, for our students. A couple of changes of note this year. Well, really one kind of big change. Trustees would know, either through contact with parents or as parents yourself, that the courtesy seat application process used to kind of begin in September and roll into the fall. HSTS has tried to kind of front load that so that courtesy seats can be designated and started right in the first week of school. So the application is open and available on haltonbus.ca up until July 15th. That communication has gone out to parents, and applicants will get advised of their status by the end of August, so that they'll know whether they've been able to connect with that courtesy seat allocation. This is also the time of the year, and I think we've reported on this before, but it's probably worth noting again that school bell times are looked at from a transportation perspective. There's no changes to school bell times for our schools for the 2022-2023 school year. So for next school year, we're status quo. A couple of reminders with regards to revisions to curriculum. So the grade 1 to 8 science and technology curriculum has been revised. The grade 9 science applied and academic courses have now been replaced by a new D-Stream course, SNC 1W. So that's kind of to match our D-Stream math course, MTH 1W, maybe. So we piloted, or all schools had their first year of D-Stream math this year, next year D-Stream science. The grade 10 civics course, and I think we brought this a little bit earlier in the year, has been revised as well. So students in grade 10 take a half credit civics, a half credit career studies. Career studies was revised a couple of years ago, and civics has been updated. I think it's worth noting as well, and I apologize for not including it on the slide, in our grade 9 program, so there's new D-Stream science, there's new D-Stream math. In grade 9 English and geography, there is now one academic course. So academic grade 9 geography, academic grade 9 English replaces the option of academic and applied. So rather than creating a new D-Stream course, the government has substituted or replaced those two options with the existing grade 9 academic courses. And Jeff, if I got that wrong, please, or Superintendent Kroll, if I got that wrong, please correct me. And there is a link there. It's a pretty good, the parent guides on the ministry website are pretty good explaining some of the changes. Next slide, Rosie. Again, a reminder, and we spoke about this a couple of times through the spring. Students who started grade 9 last year are required to complete 2 e-learning credits in order to graduate. However, they can opt out of that requirement and still graduate. Students need to fill out the opt-out form. Many of our students, parents and students, have taken advantage of that at all of our high schools. Our summer school courses that we're offering for credit do count as an e-learning credit. But again, just an important reminder that the e-learning graduation requirement is in effect. However, there is an opt-out process which secondary school guidance departments have that students can take advantage of if they feel the need to. And I think that might be almost it. We'll be offering 2 virtual options for our students next year. Continue with St. Clair of Assisi virtual school for our elementary students, K to 8, at a reduced number. Quite a few fewer students will start the year at St. Clair. Most of our students, not all, but most of our students, both at elementary and secondary, have opted to come back in person, but that option is still available. Our secondary school option is also a virtual or remote option, using the same sort of guidelines under PPM 164 that our elementary schools use in terms of on-time, real-time instruction. It's been very complicated for us to organize because we have a very small number of students who have indicated that option. So we are still communicating back and forth with families. I think we're under 50 students now that have opted for that fully remote environment. And while it sounds like, well, that'd be easy to organize, it's really, it could be 50 students that are studying 45, not 45, well, yeah, potentially 30 or 40 different courses. So we do have to stack a few, and we've had that experience sometimes in secondary. We might be combining some grade levels, but it's been a complicated process to try and make the best match for what students have shown interest in, and then timetables that are actually kind of teachable. So we're still working through that process, and school guidance departments are still in communication with parents on that one. And I think that's the update. Just of note, it's been a little bit of radio silence from the ministry over the past month and a half because of the provincial election. So while we have communicated with the ministry, there hasn't been a lot of information coming through. Trustees may be aware that the new cabinet is to be announced or scheduled to be announced this Friday. So once cabinet's in session and those portfolios are determined, that'll hopefully generate some some action provincially. I did hear today, I just read it online, that the Premier is saying there's going to be some summer sitting of the legislature, but not sure how long that is. So we'll kind of wait to see who's in the education portfolio, if it continues to be the current minister, or if there's a change there. So I would anticipate we'll get some further direction for September at some point in the summer, but we really haven't heard anything in terms of what when the September startup information will come out. Hopefully, there won't be much to come out, and we'll start up our September like we ended the school year in a bit of a more traditional format and ready to go. So that's my update tonight, and happy either to answer any questions directly or have some of the staff answer questions as well.
Thank you, Director Daly. We have a couple of speakers on the speakers list. Trustee Guzzo, Vice Chair Agnew, and Trustee Vanchanada, and Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. To Director Daly, I'll be brief on this piece. Pride, I have to say, it was nice to see all the celebrations. It really was amazing. It felt like we were coming out of the Stone Ages and like we weren't dinosaurs anymore, and that we were being part of something so beautiful. It was very emotional. I have to say, I also had the pleasure of at Loyola's. They had grandmother's voice there. They had grandmother Renee, and what an amazing, amazing person. Unbelievable. If none of you have had the opportunity to listen to her, just how she opened the day and how she ended it was just so meaningful. I definitely want to be on her mailing list, let me tell you. I'd love to follow her around. But I do have a question, Director Daly. The summer literacy and the timing, some of them, and I can't remember which one, and I was trying to remember which one because I've gotten some question from parents, the ones that are only 2 hours, like a couple days a week, the timing, can we look at different timing for it? Because some of the working parents that have come back have said the times that are being offered are difficult to coordinate, especially if they're working, because as we know, people are more going back into the office now. They're not necessarily working from home. So there are some challenges with the timing.
I'm gonna probably have to volley that one to either Superintendent Kroll or Superintendent Vallow, depending on which program. I see Jeff's got his camera on, so maybe he's going to jump in.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Guzzo. So I think you're speaking specifically to the grade 1 to 8 tutoring that's being offered sort of in 2-hour chunks. We're trying to match the availability of tutors with the sort of requests from parents. So when we've been in communication with parents, we said, look, like here's the places that where we're offering it face-to-face, and here are the times. If those times don't work for you, then let us know what other times do work for you. And we're attempting to find tutors that are willing to work those hours with those families. So we are trying to take an individualized approach with those families for which those times don't work as much as possible.
Thank you, Trustee. Do you have a follow-up?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask a follow-up. So Jeff, who would they connect with? If parents.
So it has been through the school, and then parents were sent a survey basically to complete, to express their interest. They indicate which times would work for them, or if those times don't work, then they indicate which times they would prefer. And then, like I said, we're going to try and match the availability of the tutors that we have with the requests from parents.
Thank you. Trustee Guzzo, you have a...
Thank you. So my son doesn't know this, so he's gonna appreciate the fact. Thank God he doesn't listen to board meetings yet. I have put him up for the tutoring, and I know I have been contacted at this point to say I've got a pre-meeting, but I haven't been given any times yet. So I don't know. I have to do like a pre-screening, and I was given three people's choice. Like I just had to select. At this point, I haven't been told anything with timing from what I've been assigned.
Right, and again, so we're taking those requests that we're getting from parents like you, and again, trying to match them with the tutors that we have and their availability. So we're in the middle of that process right now, and we're hoping to complete it hopefully by the end of the week. This is another one of those things, Trustee Guzzo, that we're implementing for the first time. So, we're working through the kinks as we're delivering it. We do have a tutoring coordinator that's been working specifically on issues like the ones you're raising. We're continuing to try to find ways to come up with creative solutions to support parents, especially working parents like the ones you're talking about.
Superintendent Curl, Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Sorry to have had my hand up for so long. I didn't mean for that to be confusing. I did have a question with respect to the virtual and then in-person learning. Are we doing the same thing for life skills? Will it be one or the other for our life skills students?
Director Daly?
So, do you mean for September?
For September, yes.
Maybe I'll ask Superintendent Ballo to give an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Agnew. Yes, it will be one or the other.
Vice Chair Agnew, you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you, Superintendent Ballo. That was a question I was getting asked, so that's great news. And then the other question I had is, it's actually not a spec ed question, so you're off the hook, Superintendent Ballo. It's just a question with respect to, again, to the virtual the virtual or in person. So there will be no hybrid learning. Is that my understanding?
Director Daly?
For September.
Yeah, so for elementary, we'll continue with the same programming we had last year, so fully remote St. Clair. For secondary, we've done no planning for hybrid. All the planning we're doing is to try and figure out, to plan for that relatively small group of students, to be able to support them as much as we can live online. What we might need to do, quite honestly, is connect them with some e-learning courses that might not be offered through our staff, but it'll be fully remote.
So the intention at this point then is to not engage in a hybrid model in September.
Correct. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee Ohonchanara, you're up next. You have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, either Director Daly or Superintendent Lofts, in regards to the HSTS, the transportation piece. I just have a question. I think it's great that the courtesy seating will happen effective in September. I've been on the other side where we had to wait till later in the fall. I'm just curious about why the change. I've been hearing about driver shortages. Does it have anything to do with that? Are we in a better spot? But why did they change it this year?
Director Daly?
Maybe I'll ask Superintendent Lofts to start. I know David Cawley, who's our manager at HSTS, is on the line as well. So Aaron, I don't know if you want to start or bring Dave into the conversation. I'll leave that to you.
Sure. Maybe I'll start, Director Daly, and if that's okay, Mr. Chair, I'll answer Trustee Hornsberg's question, at least to the best of my knowledge. It wasn't so much due to anything to do with COVID. It was something we had talked about earlier, and we're able now to do it. It's more for servicing our students, our parents, our guardians. As you know, and I actually have had it myself personally as well, we're having to get the courtesy seats and wait till October. Sometimes it's what's the word I'm looking for? It can be challenging. The thought was for this year to be able to look at the numbers, get everyone to apply, and try to have them ready for September 1st. So you would have your courtesy seats ready for September 1st. There still is a process for families that don't meet the deadline. That process would kind of revert back to the old way of doing it, where those families would have to wait until October to apply for the courtesy seats if they missed the deadline. So even if you missed the deadline, you still will be, you still could apply for courtesy seats. It just wouldn't be till October. But to answer your question, it's more for servicing our clients. And it should hopefully be well received within the system.
Thank you, Trustee Ohonchanara. Do you have a follow-up question?
I do have a follow-up, but thank you, Superintendent Lofts. So, and please don't take this the wrong way, but we're sure we can do this, because always before it was, we had to wait and see how many kids were going to be on the bus. And, you know, we're not overextending, right? Where we're going to say, oh, the bus is too full, it's unsafe, and we go back the other way, right?
Thank you, Mr. Maybe if the general manager of HSTS is on the line, Dave Coley, if Dave could kind of jump in on this one. To answer your question, no, we shouldn't be, Trustee Hornsberg. But if Dave's here.
I think I just unmuted myself here.
So the bottom line is we're not overextending ourselves this way. We're going to be using numbers on students that are currently signed up to ride the bus. We have our opt-out. So the past couple of years, we've had a high number of opt-outs so that we have better numbers, better counts. And it won't be exact numbers for the students that ride the bus every day. And over the years, it's been known that when you think that students aren't riding, they're still going to ride on the snow days or other days. So it's just it's going to be to ensure that our clients, as Superintendent Loft stated, know what's going to be happening in the fall sooner.
Thank you, Trustee Ovenchandra. You have a clarification?
No, that's perfect. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next on the speakers list is Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has been answered.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Up next is Trustee Mastrihammer. Trustee Mastrihammer, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So my question is regarding the new high school, so the fully virtual option that students have. Would they be put with another high school for their graduation or for their proms, something like that, or are they like
Director Daly?
Yeah, it from a kind of a logistic, that's a great question. From a logistics perspective, in order to have supports for students, it really it's not viable to say for less than 100 students we would create 10 department heads and a principal and a vice principal and those sorts of supports. So what we're planning on doing is attaching them to kind of a home base. But certainly with those students, if they've been at Corpus for 3 years or 4 years and now want to graduate, and it's a relatively small number of students, we should be able to accommodate those requests.
Thank you, Trustee Mastrihammer. You have a follow-up? Okay. Thank you. Seeing no others on the speakers list, I would like to thank Director Daly and staff for all the work that they have put in throughout the whole year, and thank you so much. Moving on to the next order of business is the delegations. We have one delegation this evening. Our delegate is online, and I will let them know when to begin. The delegate will have precisely 10 minutes to present. There will be an alarm at 9 minutes, and at the 10-minute mark, you will end your presentation. After the presentation, trustees will have 3 minutes to ask 2 clarifying questions, including responses based on the presentation alone. Presenters are expected to maintain a level of decorum, and the chair shall act as a moderator and will govern the questions from the Board of Trustees. 5.1, declined delegations. I see one hand up there. Trustee Carabella, your question is regarding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my question is regarding the declined delegation, the topic. Thank you very much.
So thank you for putting your hand up before you reach there. There was one delegation which was declined for tonight's meeting, and trustees have been informed as they did not meet the submission deadline. So do you have a question on that, Trustee Carabella?
Yes, could you tell us what the topic was? Thank you.
Let me just check with Rosie. School generated funds. Thank you. Moving on to the next item, 5.2, communication. This delegation this evening is from Ms. Bartley. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and you must stay to your script that is part of the tonight's board agenda package. I will now ask staff to assist me in keeping track of time. Please hold on and. Okay, Ms. Bartley, you may start.
Thank you. So I'll just indicate when we're going to go to the next slide, if that's okay. So hi, everyone. I'm here this evening because my level of frustration based on interactions with this board and its members who are supposed to represent all stakeholders with an empathetic view of their needs has reached a peak. I experienced an extremely frustrating sequence of events that made me feel the board did not have stakeholders' best interests at heart, and I would like to share my experience with you this evening. From my perspective, the behavior of this board reflects gross incompetence. I am sharing this story because stakeholders have a right to know what has occurred, and feedback is necessary to drive improvement. Next slide, please. On April 18th, the chair called a special meeting with the vague discussion item, COVID-19 health and safety measures in schools. The meeting quickly turned into a discussion around how to deal with staffing shortages. However, the chair came to the meeting without any specific internal data detailing the reasons for these absences. As such, trustees were left guessing what the root cause of the problem might be. Policy number 136 states that the chair must ensure the members of the board have the information needed for informed discussion of the agenda items. Unfortunately, since the chair failed to bring sufficient information needed for an informed discussion, trustees acted without proper data and jumped to the conclusion that staffing issues related to the lifting of mask mandates after March break, although they did acknowledge there were other factors at play. As a parent, I could not help but feel the board was trying to deflect blame for mismanagement of staffing to unmasked children who have already suffered tremendously during the last 2 years. Next slide, please. So a motion was put forward to send a letter to the Ministry of Education, Stephen Leachy, outlining information and concerns, but it was not supposed to make a request to re-implement mandatory masking. This made sense because the decision to mandate masking is not within the board's jurisdiction. This slide indicates a screenshot of the YouTube transcript from the meeting confirming that it was discussed that the letter would not ask for mandatory masking. You can see it 1 hour and 8 minutes. Ms. Agnew makes those statements. It was very clear. Next slide, please. So the April 18th meeting resulted in a letter being sent to the Ministry of Education dated April 22nd. To my surprise, the letter did ask for masks to be reinstated, despite conversations at the special meeting confirming that it would not contain such a request. This slide includes excerpts from the letter with the statements, "We write to you today with the hopes that your ministry will consider reinstating some of the protective strategies that were in place prior to March 21st, including mandatory masking for students and staff." And then it concluded with, "Please help us keep our school communities healthy and safe by reinstating mandatory masking." Next slide, please. I was really concerned when I saw the mandatory mask request for several reasons. First of all, it contradicted the motion and seemed to undermine the democratic process. Secondly, it was obvious to me, having watched the special meeting, that not enough consideration had been given to the topic. But perhaps the most egregious part was that parents had not been provided with an opportunity to weigh in on the matter, since the letter resulted from a special meeting called over the Easter long weekend. To be clear, parents were not given the opportunity to provide input on the request by this board to mandate medical devices that hinder the ability to breathe and hinder speech, communication, and socialization. I realize some may believe the benefits of masking outweigh the risks, and that's okay, but we should all be allowed to have our voices heard. Many others were also concerned, and a petition prepared by another stakeholder regarding this matter, which is on this slide, now has over 300 signatures. Next slide, please. So after reading the letter, I immediately started asking trustees for explanation. After several weeks of having my inquiries ignored, the chair called me on May 6th and advised that he, the vice chair, and the director had all been responsible for reviewing the April 22nd letter, but that he did not put too much effort, his words, into looking at it, and the request to reinstate masking was an oversight. Strangely, the chair then proceeded to try and convince me that the letter did not request mandatory masking, that I had simply not read the letter carefully enough, when in fact it clearly did ask for mandatory masking. I'm still not sure whether the chair himself has ever carefully read the letter or why he made such a misinformed statement to me. The chair also mentioned to me that he does not enjoy wearing masks, and he's glad that he has the luxury of working from home and does not have to wear one. This comment made me really sad because it demonstrates, in my opinion, that the chair recognizes there's drawbacks to mask wearing, but nonetheless, he recommended our children not have a choice in the matter and be forced to mask for 6+ hours a day. Since the chair advised me that he did not review the letter in question carefully, resulting in what would appear to be an error, Section 5 of the Trustee Code of Conduct, policy number 136, which states that trustees shall ensure that all information they communicate in the course of their duties is accurate and complete, has been breached. In my opinion, the chair's lack of care in reviewing an official correspondence also breached Section 7 of policy number 136, which states that every trustee shall uphold and enhance all board business operations by fostering the highest standard of professional competence amongst those for whom they are responsible. Next slide, please. So finally, I want to talk about the delegation process and what has transpired when stakeholders tried to have their voices heard regarding this matter. So policy number 106 says that delegations are intended to provide an opportunity for individuals or groups to delegate or make a presentation to the Board of Trustees. And all requests to delegate to the board will be subject to the approval of the chair, which will not be unreasonably withheld. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, I understand that initially both myself and at least one other stakeholder were denied the opportunity to delegate on this matter. In my case, I made the request over a month ago and was advised by the chair that my request, I'm quoting here, has been declined as the matter has already been dealt with and cannot be reversed. And he mentioned that there's a precedence that when a matter has been dealt with at the board table, delegations are not accepted after the fact. Next slide, please. However, with the current delegation submission timelines in place, it is not possible to delegate prior to a special meeting. As such, if the chair denies delegations after the fact because the motion has already passed, stakeholders will be left with no opportunity to delegate and have their concerns heard. Providing zero opportunity to delegate on a board motion is obviously not reasonable and seems to be a convenient way for trustees to pass motions without having to listen to stakeholders. Furthermore, since the policy number 106 does not make mention of any rule that would preclude me from delegating on this matter, I asked the chair for clarification, including which precedents he was referring to. I never did receive a clear answer from the chair. However, on June 15th, after many emails and a couple meetings, I was finally advised that I may delegate on this topic. Next slide, please. Before I conclude, I would also like to mention that while I recognize that establishing mandatory masking is outside of the board's jurisdiction, and as such, it was inappropriate of the board to make a request in this regard, any consequence of masking developing children for 2 years is something the board should be informed about in order to make good decisions on behalf of students. I myself am not an expert in this area. However, as a parent, I believe it is my duty to inform myself as much as possible so I can make the best decisions for my children. I provided links to many studies and articles in this regard in my correspondence to the board, included in the May 3rd board package. However, based on discussions with several trustees, it appears they have not given any consideration to this matter, nor do they seem interested in informing themselves. This is irresponsible, since there are many important considerations relevant to the role. For example, does more budget need to be allocated to speech therapists, or will students with hearing disabilities require additional supports since they have not been able to read lips at school for the past 2 years? In my opinion, trustees are acting heedlessly by failing to inform themselves in this regard. On a bright note, I do want to mention that children seem so much happier now that masks have been removed. Most parents and students seem to agree with optional masking, as the vast majority of students at the schools my children attend have chosen not to continue to wear one. There seems to be so much more life, joy, and socialization happening at school since the mask mandates have been dropped. I'm so happy for this. Next slide, please. So, while what has occurred has angered many stakeholders and significantly undermined trust, we cannot change the past. So in an effort to move forward, I will leave you, the board, with 3 asks. 1, retract the April 22nd letter, which the chair advised contains an oversight. 2, commit to a better communications process so that delegations are not unreasonably denied and stakeholders are not left feeling unheard. 3, make efforts to educate yourself on potential consequences of masking developing children who have a broad range of needs so you can act to the best of your ability and within your scope to reduce any harms caused. And finally, I just want to mention that there is audio of the conversation I had with the chair linked to the petition on the slide. If anyone wants to have a listen to that, they are welcome to. It's on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Trustees may now ask 2 questions. Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Barkley, for this presentation, this delegation. It seems like you had a lot of trouble getting approval to delegate. Can you speak to that experience?
It was something I never imagined would be so difficult. And I think most other parents or stakeholders would have given up a long time ago. I sent so many emails. I had most of my delegations denied. I was told I couldn't delegate on the April 22nd letter initially. I was told I couldn't delegate on masks because it's outside of the board's jurisdiction. Just so many barriers. Finally, I said, okay, well, can I delegate on communications? I was supposed to delegate on June 7th, and my delegation was edited so significantly that my delegation would have lost all meaning. And I was just told at the very last minute, the night before my delegation was canceled, it was denied. So after that, I had some meetings and some further emails, and finally I was allowed to delegate tonight. But even this delegation that you heard tonight was censored. And in my opinion, it feels pretty arbitrarily censored because I can't seem to get really good rationale for why these censorships are happening. But here we are. So thank you for the question.
Trustee Carabella, you have a second question. You still have some time.
Thank you. No, just to thank you for persevering, and it's always good for stakeholders to be heard. So thank you for persevering.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next speaker, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor. Just keep it. Okay, Trustee DeRosa, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is regarding the edits that were made. Could you describe the nature of the edits that were made to your delegation document?
Certainly. So the June 7th delegation, I was supposed to communicate or present on the topic of communication. So I had wanted to include the comments that the chair made to me about the April 22nd letter, because I thought that was very significant that he had said he hadn't reviewed it, that it had contained oversights like
Mr. Chair, I can't hear you.
Trustee DeRosa, can I remind you?
Now?
Trustee DeRosa, can I remind you, your questions will be based on the presentation only. You know the rules. Your presentation will be based on your questions will be based on the presentation only.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Chair, but the presentation did mention the edits. So on that basis, I thought I was following the rules, and I am following the rules.
Trustee DeRosa, the delegation did not mention edits. So please continue. You still have some time. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, respecting your call, the reason why I'm asking about edits is that the presentation mentioned that edits were made. So I think my question is quite valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. On the speakers list, next we have Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Ohonchanada, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Bartley. I just want to thank you. You know, as a public official and as a human being, we need to take information, reflect on it, pray on it, and try to do things a little bit better as a person, as a board. So I appreciate you bringing your voice to the table. And I personally will be able to reflect on it and pray on it and hopefully move on. You know, we need to continue to get better. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the comments. I think the best thing that you could do, though, to kind of put this behind us is retract the letter. I think that's what needs to happen.
Thank you, Trustee Ohonchanada. Once again, I see Trustee DeRosa, your hand is up. You had your time, Trustee DeRosa. We are moving on. Trustee DeRosa, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, you've just ruled that I have had my time. So being very cooperative, I'm going to stand down.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Once again, thank you for taking time to come and talk to the board. Thank you for your presentation. A response to the delegation will be dealt with under agenda item 8.1. Thank you. Moving on to the next order of business, which is approval of the minutes. The minutes of the June 7, 2022 regular board meeting is in your package. Are there any errors, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 7th, 2022 regular board meeting? May I have a mover, please?
Approved, O'Brien.
Moved by Trustee O'Brien. Looking for a seconder. Seconded by Trustee O'Hearn. I shall now take it to a recorded vote. Trustee DeRosa.
Abstain.
Trustee Carabella.
Abstain.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa. Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Guzzo.
Only because I wasn't there, I abstain.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Favor.
Trustee Murphy,
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
We have 4 in favor, 3 abstained. The motion carries. The minutes of June 7th are approved. Moving on to the next order of business, which is business arising from previous meeting. The summary of outstanding items is provided in the agenda package for your information. Trustees have questions. We have Director Daly. Yes, I'll go to Trustee O'Brien first and then come to Director Daly. Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Daly. Director Daly, during our February 15th meeting, we adopted a motion for a feasibility study be conducted to establish an additional IB school of HCDSB. Wonder if any further progress has been made in that.
Director Daly.
No further progress other than discussion at senior staff. We're planning on rolling out that study for IB in September.
O'Brien, do you have a follow-up?
A follow-up comment. To say that I'm not going to push for it to be in Burlington would be a lie, because I am. That's my comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Moving on down the speakers list. Director Daly, you had a comment before that?
I did. In terms of business from arising, I did want to bring a trustee's attention to some items that have been taken off the list, because I know it's the same list. It's been the same list for a while. So sometimes it's in a 300-page package. It might be easy to miss things that have come off. So there was an item with regards to, I think, boardroom technology that's come off. There was an item with regards to reaching out to student groups for kind of continued collaboration and input on board committees. I think we have undergone that process. So I thought that that had been required, but more importantly, or probably worth noting, and I wanted to make sure trustees were aware of it, that we did have the school liaison officer program as business arising. We did discuss it back in April. I brought a report back 2 meetings ago with regards to the liaison officer program with some recommendations that I felt met the requirements of the original direction given by trustees. I've since met with the police again and with our senior staff and have had conversations with Halton Regional Police. They're very committed to working with us with regards to both the student liaison officer program and other board partnerships we have, like police protocol and some of the other work that we do with them. So in addition to what I presented at the last meeting in terms of what we would do on the go forward, we're also going to meet human rights and equity manager, senior manager of human rights and equity, the director, I would assume, going forward, a director designate, I guess, secondary safe schools superintendent will meet quarterly with Halton Regional Police to address issues of concern and try and problem solve as well. So I feel that that motion has been, or the direction that I received has been completed.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Guzzo, you have a question on that?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify for the SLO program, is it reinstated?
It will be reinstated as of this meeting.
Okay, so as of this meeting, it will be.
Or as of at the conclusion of this meeting.
At the conclusion, it will be reinstated. Okay, so part of the motion was, and I don't have it in front of me because I didn't pull it up. Part of the motion was to resource other groups that could be utilized to do part of the programs. What groups have been put in place as of the end of this meeting based on, but again, I apologize, I wasn't here last week. I listened to the meeting. I didn't really get clarity. So what groups are coming in that were asked that could do the work that the police would normally do in our schools? What will be implemented at the end of the meeting when that's reinstated? Because to me, that's what the motion said. The motion said, find out what other groups can be utilized as opposed to the police, implement those. Once you've met all of that, then you can lift the pause.
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. So I think in the report that I brought back, had mentioned that we have accessed some community groups other than maybe, to do some work in schools that traditionally the Halton Regional Police would have done for us. I don't anticipate in the next week and a bit that there would be any other further specific presentations. Halton Regional Police, in our conversations with them last week, were open to, certainly clear that they'll come to schools on invitation. The programming that we think they need to provide or can provide, we can access them. If there's other programs around internet safety or sexual violence and dating, we have used other community groups to implement those. We've used some staff around some internet safety as well. So that will continue. And in that report said that that would be something we continue to work with our administrators to make sure there's a wider breadth of resources that they can use.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Guzzo, a follow-up?
I do. I've got the motion now. So so I heard a little bit about the data, and I heard you stated that that you've met with the Halton, the police, and that you've gone over protocols. Community groups, right? So I understand the data collection. How have the resources, has it been implemented to directly address the concerns raised specifically by our racialized students, staff, and parents that were presented in the survey?
Director Daly?
Yeah, I think the most common response by parents and students, both of racialized and non-racialized parents, was a lack of awareness or lack of knowledge of what the program actually entails, what the mandate of the program is. So what we brought back at the last meeting was a commitment to ensure that school principals would share that information with school councils in September. We'll share that information on our public website as well, so that parents, students, staff have a better understanding of what the program's about. And then as a result, when we do go back to students, parents, and staff and community members to seek feedback and survey data again, they'll be able to answer, I guess, with greater knowledge of what's going on in the school.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Guzzo, you
Just a clarifying question. So sorry, and if not, I can go back in the queue because I know there's somebody else waiting. So one of the items was you said that access to other community work that traditionally would be done. Can we have a list of that, please, and what communities will be offering what programs?
Director Daly?
I don't have a list at my fingertips, but I can prepare a list of organizations that we have reached out to already and potential organizations as well.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, we are on summary of outstanding items. Do you have a question on this?
So just to clarify, and I don't have the motion in front of me. From what I understand, Director Daly, the motion left you with the responsibility for making a decision or assessing a decision on the reinstatement of the program. Having done all the requirements of the motion and to come to either a reinstatement or a non-reinstatement of the program. So I think you've come to us with the recommendation that the program be reinstated from this meeting, is it not? Is that correct?
Director Daly?
Yes, either. I don't want to say at the conclusion of the meeting. It would probably be tomorrow that I would communicate directly with the regional police as to the meeting tonight.
Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So the motion has been satisfied for all intents and purposes.
Director Daly?
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
On the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo. We are talking about summary of outstanding items. Is there something else that we have missed? Trustee Guzzo?
Well, I'm sorry. Chair Dewart, but I still have questions because something has been removed off of the outstanding items.
Go ahead.
And I have yet to see the fulfillment of the motion. I would have expected that if it's been met, then a list should have been provided in the report.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't in the report. Also, I am aware that the Halton Catholic District School Board Black Teachers Association has also put together a memo that has been shared. They delegated last meeting. I wasn't here. One of the asks was not to reinstate the program. So, which is another, again, community group. Those are stakeholders. Those are our teachers, and they speak not only on behalf of themselves, but as parents and on behalf of our Black students. So I feel like we're not listening. We're not listening to our stakeholders. We're not listening to our ratepayers. We're not listening to those that we're supposed to care for. I'm sorry. I just, part of the motion to me says that you have to seek out these community groups. You know, it's great that you've reached out to them, but I don't have a list. I don't see in front of us what the police services was doing before and what they will no longer be doing because these community groups can do it. To me, I don't hear that. I don't hear any, this is what's going to happen in September. And that's what the spirit of the motion was. That's what, and correct me if I'm wrong, for the trustees sitting here at the table that voted in favor of that motion. But the point was if you meet all of these, then yes, you can. We'll give the discretion to go ahead and reinstate that. But I don't hear any definitive answer that these community groups have been acquired and what they'll actually be delivering. Am I wrong?
So Trustee Guza, what is your suggestion here?
My question is before the pause is lifted, I think that we have the right as trustees to see that the motion has been met. And it's not that it will happen or we've reached out to them. Well, if you've reached out to them, I don't hear we have confirmation that these are now the groups that will be delivering these parts of the program. I hear that we've reached out and we're hoping that they'll be able to deliver these parts of the program. It's not about not having, it's about meeting that piece of the motion. And I'm sorry, I read the report, I listened to the meeting. I didn't get answers from that meeting last meeting. I went back and I tried to understand if there was any resolution at the end of it, what happened. I didn't hear definitively, but now I'm hearing definitively tonight that the program will be unpaused, but I don't hear what community groups will be delivering what come September.
So Trustee Guza, what I'm hearing is you want some more information.
I think I need to see for the motion to be removed, right, as it was stated, right, that it was met, then we need to see that it was met. So it's not a difficult question, right? If we've reached out to the community groups and they're now delivering these programs, then we should know what they are. Then it's done, right? But if it's not done, then the motion hasn't been met.
Director Daly, you want to add your thoughts to that?
I don't think there's much for me to add. I think I did fulfill what I was asked to do. I think we have a plan in place going forward. I think the response that we heard from a number of members of our community, both racialized and not racialized, with regards to the value of the program, it was something that was desirable or that people saw value in, both amongst parents and staff and students. I think we've had a partnership with Halton Regional Police for many years, not just around this program, but amongst many programs. I think it's something that we should continue, we should build on. In my conversations with regional police, they are committed to evaluating the program. They're committed to meeting with us on an ongoing basis. They're committed to supporting in-school programming that we want, and they're not pushing any particular things on us. If there's elements of programming that we think are not appropriate for our students, or that we have another option to go to as we have in the past, then we can do that.
Thank you, Director Daly. So Trustee Guzzo, what I'm going to do is I think I'll leave this with trustees to ask for more information.
Mr. Chair, my hand's up.
Trustee O'Brien, I'm coming to you. Unless you have a point of order. So I think I'll leave this with trustees to put a notice of motion and next meeting and ask for more information, or I'm not sure how we can proceed otherwise. Parliamentarian Kapoor, you are here. Is there any better way we can get the motion, get the information? I'll come back to you, Trustee Guzzo. I'll just go to Trustee O'Brien and come back. So we have Trustee DeRosa first. Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can certainly hear the passion in my colleague's voice with respect to the direction that she thinks that this program should take. It is clear that the board came to a consensus with respect to how to proceed on this probably a month ago now. And what we have is Director Daly effectively moving forward on that motion and coming to us and satisfying that motion. That motion, in my view, has been satisfied. All parties, concerned parties, and even racialized groups have been involved in the discussions. There is a clear and common sense way to move forward that is being recommended. Now, understandably, the direction that this is taking will not satisfy everyone. But I think on this, based on what the board decided a month ago, the motion has been clearly satisfied. Beyond any doubt, we are left with a program with all parties around agreeing to work together to improve the program. So it is clear that the recommendation to reinstate is not a call to go to what used to be. It is a call to work together, to continue to work together. So I would oppose any delay tactic, which appears to be the case here, because I think the motion has been satisfied and we need to reinstate this program and make it better with everybody's cooperation. Thank you.
Trustee DeRosa. I'll remind trustees we are talking about summary of outstanding items of previous meetings. There's one item which trustees feel that it's not completed, so that's the reason we are talking about that item. We're not talking about opposing anything. So, Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
I just want to say that one thing, I don't think that's a delay tactic. I think that Trustee Guzzo's questions are reasonable and rational. I also, call me maybe, but I don't think that we need to go through the process of a notice of motion or a motion. I think what all of us, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think there may be people around the table who would just like to have some additional information on some of the things that Director Daly has spoken about this evening, a little more detail. And I appreciate there's been meetings. We've seen the staff report. We've seen a report from this side, but we have not yet to see anything. I haven't seen anything from the police department yet, from the people that run the program. And so perhaps there's something that they could put together and provide to us, something that speaks to the conversations and the collaboration that you've had, that speaks to some of those initiatives that they want to look at for the fall, that speaks to how they're going to review the program. I'm glad that they're making that commitment. I'm glad that they're taking a look at what some options could be about bringing in some alternative organizations to offer some of these topics, but maybe we can get something from them. I don't know if that would satisfy that missing piece or not, Trustee Guzzo, but I think if we could at least get something from them directly that is speaking to some of the things Director Daly is speaking of, I know I personally would like to see that. I benefited greatly from the information session we had from them, hearing directly from them, and I know that I would benefit from something that came directly from them. So perhaps if that's not a far reach ask, could that be something that we could maybe get from them in response to this?
To Director Daly.
I don't think I think if we're looking at alternative presentation providers, educational providers, that's on us. It's not on the police.
Could we get some other information then, like about their commitment to, there was a bunch of pieces to that motion. So about their commitment to review, that's great. They're committing to review that. Awesome. What does that look like? The frequency of it. How are they going to do it? And what mechanisms are going to be used? All of those things that they're committing to, because they are committed to move this forward and they are committed to make some of these adjustments. I would just love to see something from them that speaks to some of that. And I don't know, I don't imagine that should be difficult for them to bring forward. I think it would just give a peace of mind to some trustees that may still have questions. That's my thought.
Director Daly, any comments? Okay, now I'll go down the speakers list here. Trustee Guzzo, you're still on number 1 there. Trustee Ohanjanada.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And I think I agree with not going the formal process if we don't have to. I think collaboration is key here and conciliatory. I think there's a piece of the motion. I think it could be a win-win for everybody, community partners, our schools, our kids, our staff, and the police department. I'm not sure I have a mechanism here. I'm just speaking, openly and honestly that there has to be a way where we can share that responsibility with HRPS and our community groups. That's a win-win for everybody. What that is right this second, I don't know. So there's a lot of smart people in this room that we could probably figure it out, but I don't really think we need to go to the motion either. I think it's just that piece. What areas can we share with our community groups so they have a voice as well? So it's a collaborative, not just a one-sided, but that's my opinion.
Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and I'm really happy that my esteemed colleague across the table brought these questions forward, as well as the Vice Chair and my other esteemed colleague across the table. All great things. I'm sure Director Daly will take all of them into consideration. But my understanding that something was resolved at the last meeting, and that is that the spirit of the motion really said it's going to be left at the discretion and opinion of the chair. And Mr. Chair, if we could just please ask Parliamentary Kapoor if I read that right.
We are going back to Parliamentary Kapoor for Trustee Guzzo's thing. Parliamentary Kapoor?
No, just what I said, Mr. Chair, that we left the last meeting, the resolution was the final opinion and decision and peace was left to the director. That was what was resolved.
Yes, I recollect that question from the last meeting.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Guzzo?
I listened to the meeting. There was no resolution. There was no motion. It was not seconded. It was not voted on. And the meeting ended abruptly after a staff report, which was what Director Daly gave. And I went back and I listened to it. And I do know that.
Trustee O'Brien. So at the last meeting, there was a staff report which was presented. There was no resolution. There's no motion. It was a staff report which was presented and then the meeting ended. But you asked the question. I remember that.
And we did get a parliamentary opinion about the interpretation of the motion.
Yes.
And I believe the minutes indicated that you said, if I'm wrong, please correct me, that you left the discretion at the interpretation of the motion to the director. Now, if I am wrong, let us go back and look at that meeting.
Yes, Trustee O'Brien, you're correct. You asked the question and.
So if the final opinion is left the director, it sounds like it's finished, but when we can solve with Parliamentary Kapoor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're correct. I remember that discussion. I remember the question. You asked the question and it was answered appropriately. But the question being asked here is for some additional information which was on that list. And I'm just wondering, going back to Parliamentarian Kapoor to clarify that. Parliamentarian Kapoor.
I also have a point of order, Mr. Chair, again.
Yes, Trustee Guzzo.
Under whose authority made the decision that it was solely the director to make that? Who made that decision on that motion and in interpreting it?
So
was that a collective at the table or was that by some person? Because I didn't hear a motion.
Parliamentary opinion first.
Trustees. Let me answer this.
Let's go one at a time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me first of all, point of order, Trustee Guzzo, I don't hear the process that has been broken. So it's a comment. I would take that your question.
No, Mr. Chair, it was a question. He stated he stated very clearly that it was said at this table and Parliamentarian Kapoor said that it was the director's discretion. My point of order is, who made that decision? What motion makes that decision?
So let me go back, Trustee Guzzo, to Parliamentarian Kapoor. Parliamentarian Kapoor, can you add to that? We had this conversation.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. The question was raised, as I recall, on the interpretation of the motion that was passed, I believe in April, by this board. And the chair's interpretation of that motion was that the motion that was passed in April gave discretion to the chair or to the director that if the conditions in the motion were met, that the director could lift the pause. And that discretion, whether the conditions in the motion were met, was also the director's discretion to interpret that those conditions had been met. That would have been the ruling. Again, I remind you that the parliamentarian would not rule. The parliamentarian would advise the chair. But that was the chair's decision. I do not recall that chair's decision was appealed. If it had been appealed, it was upheld, because that was the interpretation ruling of the meaning of that April motion that came out of the last meeting.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. I will. So I'll just clarify, Trustee Guzzo.
This is unfinished business. It's taking a lot of time.
Yes,
it's unfinished.
Yes.
So let's.
Trustee O'Brien, yes, thank you. Yeah. So I'll just clarify, because Trustee Guzzo was not there at that meeting, and the conversation was we have one employee, and that's director, and we give him direction through the motion to complete. The director is expected to complete that motion in its entirety and then move on. So what we are hearing back from Director Daly is the motion is completed now, and that's why that was the thinking. So, Trustee Guzzo. Okay, we shall now move on. Trustee O'Brien, you have spoken. Trustee DeRosa, you have a question?
I'll cede my turn, Mr. Chair.
I'll just remind trustees that we are still on the business outstanding from previous meetings. Trustee Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'd just like to add that in the past 2 years, for example, in grade 9, I had a presentation on sexual assault and violence from the Halton Regional Police Services. Past 2 years, those were offered by Halton Women's Place and Savis of Halton, who are community organizations. That work is being done by our staff, and I think that it's valuable to our community, it's valuable to our students, and I have full faith in the director and the staffs and the administrations at our schools to uphold this motion and what trustees are asking for, and it's being done. So I don't think that it's something that we have to question this much, and I think it's something that's a valuable conversation for us to have. I think it's been valuable to our students, and I have full faith that that work is going to continue.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. And Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up still, but
I do, Mr. Chair. So I would like to appeal the fact that the motion has been satisfied, because I don't believe it has.
Point of order. Can you appeal the motion? Can this be done?
Trustee Guzzo, you're correct, Trustee O'Brien. We had this conversation at the last meeting. It was approved. I'm not sure we can appeal that, Trustee Guzzo.
Well, so, I'm not appealing. I'm not appealing your decision to arbitrarily make the decision that it was in the sole discretion and interpret the motion. I'm appealing the fact that Director Daly has said that he has met the motion. That's what I'm appealing. I don't believe that the motion's been satisfied. So I'm appealing. You can choose to deal how you wish. It's very unfortunate that during a staff report, right when the meeting ended, there was a hot potato of who wanted to address this conversation.
Point of order,
I listened
Mr. Chair.
to it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee O'Brien.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Say it again.
Point of order,
Say it
Mr. Chair.
again.
Trustee
Say it
O'Brien.
again.
Trustees.
That is
trustees.
Okay,
trustees,
that is disrespectful.
Trustees.
Well,
Trustees.
you are.
Trustees.
Like
order,
when?
Order.
Mr.
Trustees,
Chair,
there's a point of order. When there's a point of order, everyone shall be silent.
Point of order is that appeal in order? And I'd like to get a parliamentary opinion on that.
Thank you. Let me check with Parliamentary Kapoor. Parliamentary Kapoor.
Can you please turn off your microphone, Trustee DeRosa?
So Trustee Guzzo, your point of order is well taken. Trustee Guzzo, I've not made a ruling on anything which you're appealing. So you have an appeal on something, but I've not made a ruling on that. So as per the information I get from Parliamentary Kapoor, if you want to seek some more information, it should come through a notice of motion or another mechanism. And we cannot take it as an action item.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, how do I appeal something that wasn't on this or listed that it was going to be reinstated? So now my notice of motion, it's going to be reinstated tomorrow. My notice of motion I'd have to give at the first meeting in September, which means it won't be heard now until the second meeting in September, which at that point, the program has already been reinstated. So with all due respect, how do I have not been given the information that I needed to make a decision sitting here at the board table tonight.
I'm going to call on.
I'm entitled to that under Robert's Rules of Order.
You ruled, Mr. Chair. Please continue.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor, for your input. Trustee Guzzo, as per the information I've got from a parliamentarian, and I agree with that, there is no mechanism by which we can reinstate that unless it's an action item which is unanimous. They cannot appeal that because there's no motion, there's no ruling to appeal. And what I'm hearing from Parliamentarian Kapoor is that it has to be a unanimous decision. Parliamentarian Kapoor, am I correct? Yes, yes.
That's not what I'm asking. Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, and maybe to Parliamentarian Kapoor. So the report was given at the last meeting. At the last meeting, actually it was Trustee O'Brien who asked specifically if the pilot program was going to be unpaused. There was no answer given to it. I listened to it over and over again. This evening, now, we have just been told that the pause is being lifted as of tomorrow. I have not seen any additional reports. I have not been given any additional information. I have spoken to several trustees, whether they would like to come forward and admit, and when I asked the question, if they knew if the pause had been lifted or not, and the answer was no, it hasn't been lifted. So now we are. So I am handed new information and I have no mechanism to appeal it. So I understand the piece about the action item, but as a trustee who's come to the meeting, I should be given all information I need to fulfill my role sitting here at this table. This is new information to me. If it's new information to others, I would ask that you also confirm this, because my understanding, and from listening to the meeting, it's on YouTube, the question was specifically asked, is the program being unpaused? There was no answer. No, there wasn't.
There's this crosstalk, you know.
No, there was not. Who's the crosstalk? You said yes, there was.
Trustees,
Your rule, please, can we move on?
It's been a very challenging discussion here. Trustees, I'm going to ask you to have patience. Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. So I'm going to read to all trustees the last be it further resolved. Be it further resolved that the program can then be reinstated at such time that all the above items have been implemented and reported to the board. The director has reported to the board at the last meeting, and today he's declaring that all items have been implemented. So Trustee Guzzo, the motion has been fulfilled. Okay, and I do hear that you have concerns. I do hear you are not happy with this.
It's not, Mr. Chair, it's not that I'm not happy. If you can point to me in the staff report, the Director Daly.
Point of order. Point of order.
Trustee.
Point of order. Point of order.
Trustees order.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, you ruled.
Trustees order.
You ruled.
Trustees order. Trustee Guzzo. Trustee O'Brien, state your point of order.
Point of order is you ruled. Let's move on. Yes. This is nothing but dilatory.
Trustee O'Brien agreed. Your point of order is valid.
Thank you. Can we move on?
Trustees, order. It's been a long time since I had to call out order. So, Trustee Guzzo, we are moving on. So this motion has been fulfilled. We are moving on. I think I'll leave it with trustees. I know you're not happy. I know trustees have questions, but we have to move on. So we have spent a lot of time on summary of outstanding items from previous meeting. Trustees, it's the first time we have taken so long. Moving on to the next order of business is action items. Response to delegations. Trustees, in accordance with our board bylaws and policy I-06, delegations to the board, we have 4 options. Trustees may move a motion to make a decision today on the matter, defer the matter to a future meeting, request a staff report on this matter to be considered at a future meeting, or receive the delegation as information. I will now open the floor to trustees who may want to put a motion on the floor or how to proceed with the delegation. I see a hand up there, Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, which of the options do you choose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for a motion tonight. I have a motion ready to ask to retract the letter of April 22nd, 2022. I can send the motion to Rosie, or do I read it out now and get a seconder?
Can you send to Ms. Swindon, please?
Pardon me?
Can you send it to Ms. Swindon?
Oh, Ms. Swindon, okay. Okay, I sent it.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Carabella, I see the motion. Okay, Trustee Carabella, can you read the motion? Can you read the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You need a seconder.
Not to read it, I think only after. So the motion is, whereas resolution 122/22 was approved on April 18th and stated, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees send a letter on or before April 22nd to the Minister of Education outlining concerns with the current COVID-19 health and safety situation and its negative impact on staff and students at HCDSB. And be it further resolved that the letter to the Ministry of Education be shared with all HCDSB staff and parents and guardians. Whereas this letter was to express concerns and not ask for any explicit actions. And whereas the subsequent letter to the Minister of Education on April the 22nd, as a result of this motion, was entitled Request to Reinstate Protective Strategies for Students and Staff, and also concluded with, please help us keep our school communities healthy and safe by reinstating mandatory masking as a temporary measure to help mitigate the risks to our school communities as the next wave of COVID-19 resumes. Whereas the letter did not comply with the motion, be it resolved that the letter of April 22 entitled Request to Reinstate Protective Strategies for Students and Staff be formally retracted with an apology and explanation, and be it further resolved that this retracted letter to the Minister of Education be shared with all HCDSB staff and parents and guardians.
Seconder, please.
I will second, Mr. Chair.
Carabella, you have the floor to open. You're fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having a little internet trouble. I'm hearing you going in and out. I think with the delegation we just had, and I think it's quite clear. It's focusing on what the motion was and the resulting letter that doesn't comply with the motion. I don't feel it complies with the motion. It's very factual. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm asking my fellow trustees that to keep the trust and that we follow motions in the forefront, and that we bring this letter of retraction forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have speakers on the speakers list? Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage my fellow trustees to support this action, because there is no shame in correcting an error that was done, I'm sure, unintentionally. And I think to leave it unattended is really a misrepresentation of what the board really agreed on. So I see this as a humble gesture of putting things right. So I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
On the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I cannot support this motion, although, I appreciate the fact that Trustee Carapella has brought it forward, because this delegate has been frustrated, and I can understand why she's frustrated. She's had several communications, and there has been a lot of misinformation that has been given to her. I think it would have been wise just to apologize and admit the error, and we could have moved on, as opposed to having to spend all this time and resources on this, because we know that the masking mandate, whether we retract the letter or not, it's a new government, it's a new election, we're past that. It's not going to make any difference. So it's just a waste of time.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. I see Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up. You are going to close discussion, so could you do it at that point in time?
Yes.
So okay, so I'll jump to Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the reasons that Trustee Guzzo stated, I think it's important that we acknowledge that a mistake was made. There is potentially a new Minister of Education. I don't think retracting a letter is effective. So I'm going to move an amendment. And it's going to be a strikeout.
So where do you want to strike out, Trustee?
So the second point from the bottom, be it resolved that starting at the letter, it would strike out everything after that. And the next point would be stricken also. So it would, and I would insert, so be it resolved that a press release is issued acknowledging the error stated in the letter.
This is Amendment 1. Moved by trustee Murphy.
I'll second it.
1 second. Seconded by trustee Guzzo. Trustee Murphy, you have, you get to open up the discussion. You have 5 minutes.
I think there's no need for any in-depth further discussions. I think this is acknowledging the mistake that was made, and it, given the circumstances that the Minister of Education is not sitting right now because of the new government, I think it's the most effective way to acknowledge that a mistake was made.
Thank you, trustee Murphy. Do we have speakers? We have Vice Chair Agnew on the speakers. Is Vice Chair Agnew?
I'll be in support of this amendment. I too agree that given that the letter went out about 2 months ago, and that we will potentially see a change with respect to the Minister of Education, and that the mandate has been lifted provincially. You know, I don't know the effectiveness of a retraction, but I do agree that it's important. Humility is extremely important. Acknowledging when you've made an error is extremely important. And I would be fully in support of us doing something like this to say, you know, an error was made and we acknowledge that, and let's move forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Ohanchanara, you have the floor.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, that was me. Sorry for everyone's ears. Yeah, no, the amendment is good. I just, you know, I don't want to play in the gray area anymore. After long conversations today, that a press release be issued acknowledging the error. Trustee Murphy, through you, Mr. Chair, could you just put a little more, for lack of a better term, meat to that?
Is it a friendly amendment you're asking for, Trustee Ohanchanara?
Yes, please.
Could you specify?
So to be more explicit, we could state that the error in the letter was the ask to reinstate masking. Is that enough meat?
It can be. So
that this would be a friendly amendment.
So let's go around the table and ask trustees if they have any objection to adding those few words. Trustee Murphy, could you just specify those words again?
Yes, that, let's see how it reads. A press release be issued acknowledging the error stated in the letter, specifically that the ask for the error was, yeah, the wording is chunky. Don't ask a marketing major to draft a letter. Specifically, so acknowledge the error stated in the letter, specifically that the error in the letter was, yeah, there's too many the errors. A press release be issued acknowledging, so a press release be issued that the letter of April 22nd, the 22nd letter had an error requesting for mass to be reinstated. Does that satisfy you, Trustee Ohanchanara?
That looks much better. Thank you.
So can we hire? Trustee Vice Chair Agnew, you have a question on that?
I actually just have a question about process, and maybe Ms. Swindon can answer this, but I just wanted, is press release the right, can you, it's not me. Is that the right way to handle this? Should it be a letter that comes from the board that is sent out? Should it be a different type of correspondence? I just want to make sure that that's the right piece to use. Would be a press release, or is there another way that we should be doing this via communication with respect to this particular piece? Maybe Andrea could help on that.
Sure, certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, before we jump. Parliamentarian Kapoor just gave me some housekeeping thing. So before we jump to that question, I have to ask if the Assembly is okay with the wording here. Then we can jump to the question.
Well, we don't know if the wording is correct until we find out if that's the right word.
Well, press release was in both versions. A press release is not affected by whether this friendly amendment is accepted or not. The previous
let's do this housekeeping. Yeah. So trustees, you see the amendment in front of you. Does anyone object to a friendly amendment to the motion?
I'd just like some clarification.
Trustee Carabella?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. What Trustee Agnew was just asking, like the effect of a press release versus a letter of retraction, and whether the part about the press release, would that get also sent to parents?
Two different things, Trustee Carabella. Yeah, I'll get Vice Chair Agnew to respond.
Thank you. So it wasn't actually the effect of one versus the other. It was more the mechanism to use. And so I would defer to our communications department. Is press release the right avenue to take when forming this type of action? So should it be a press release? Should it be an email that goes out? Should it be some other form of communication? I know what I typically use press releases for in work, and it's not normally this. So I'm just trying to find out if that's the right mechanism. It's not about effectiveness. It's about the right mechanism to get that message out. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So Trustee Carabella, I did not hear any objection. So I shall jump to Ms. Swindon to clarify. Ms. Swindon, could you clarify?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and to Vice Chair Agnew. That's actually a very good question. I think it depends on what you want, the end result. What I would probably recommend, we could certainly do it as a press release, but to Trustee Carabella's point, we don't typically copy, we don't usually send out press releases to our parents or to our staff. Well, that's not true. We actually do send them quite often to our staff, but we don't typically send them out to parents. So if what you want to accomplish as a board is to let, to close the loop perhaps for the parents and guardians who received the initial letter that went, because they did, part of that motion was to send it to parents. So if what you want is to let parents and guardians know there was an error in that letter that was issued and we are retracting, we're not retracting the letter, but we are correcting it. We're letting you know that we can do both. We can post a letter from the chair on our website. We can share it with staff and with parents. We can share it with the media. It's up to you. So, but because we typically would not be sending press releases to parents and guardians.
Thank you. So Trustee Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, great information from our communications department. Since we did send the letter directly to parents, then I think we should send the statement notifying them of an error. So again, as a friendly amendment, I would replace press release with statement to parents. I would say that we should send the letter to whoever we initially distributed the within our school community the error. Yeah, so parents, guardians, and staff. Perfect. You read my mind. Thank you.
So trustees, do we have consent, unanimous? I need a unanimous consent on this.
Oh,
Trustee.
Mr. Chair, I would keep press release and a statement.
So let
I think they're both, as Mrs. Swindon explained, they're both avenues that are good. So I would keep that press release and a statement.
So in that case, it would have to be an amendment to the amendment. So Trustee Carabella, you will have to move an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
And yeah. Am I free to speak, Mr. Chair?
Trustee Carabella, just hold on, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So Trustee Carabella, we have Trustee Murphy's amendment in front of us. We'll discuss, debate, vote on that, and then come to your amendment. Sounds good?
Okay, thank you.
So Trustee Murphy, you need a seconder. You got a seconder. Trustee Guzzo is a seconder.
I can second the secondary amendment.
She can do both. Hold on, I have too many papers around here today. Okay, so Trustee Murphy moves the amendment to the amendment, and Trustee Guzzo seconds it. Correct? Ms. Swindon, you have your hand up.
I do, Mr. Chair, but it was actually in response to, I'll wait until Trustee Carabella proposes her amendment. It was in response to that.
Murphy, we have the amendment to the amendment on the table there. You have moved it. Trustee Guzzo has seconded. Do you like to speak to that, or should I take it to a recorded vote?
No, it's self-explanatory. You can take it to a recorded vote.
Thank you. I see a couple of hands up there. Trustee Carabella, is your hand up for the amendment to the amendment, or?
To the amendment, yes, to make an amendment.
That's the next step, Trustee Carabella. It's the next step. Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up. Is it for the amendment to the amendment or for something else?
It was to speak to the amendment of the amendment, which was who the letter goes out to, but I don't know where we're at this point.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I shall call the vote on the amendment to the amendment, and that's the motion you see on the screen. Be it resolved that a statement to parents, guardians, and staff be issued acknowledging that the April 22nd letter had an error requesting for mass to be reinstated. I shall now call the vote.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, before we
Yes,
close it.
yes.
So who's the letter going to come from? It'll come from you as the chair,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I shall call the vote. Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Rosa, we are in the process of voting. We have called the vote. We have amendment to the amendment moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee.
So I can't support it this way then. If I can't ask my question, I don't support it this way. Thank you.
Trustee Carabella.
I'm going to abstain till I get my amendment. Thank you.
Trustee Boy.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Honchinoda. In favor. Trustee Guzzo.
Favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
So we have 5 in favor, 1 abstained. The amendment to the amendment carries. We shall now move on to the amendment, again moved by Trustee Murphy and seconded by Trustee Guzzo. Can we have it cleared up on the screen, please? So, thank you. We have the amendment in front of us now, and we are going to vote on that, trustees. I see, sorry.
Mr. Chair, I was going to do an amendment.
Trustee Carabella, you can move your amendment to this amendment now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hold on a second. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to add an amendment to add that a press release. So be it resolved that a press release and a statement to parents, and then to add that it has to get back to the ministry somehow as well. And I leave that to Ms. Swindon to suggest if a press release gets automatically sent to the minister, or can we send it to the perhaps new minister, or I think as part of the loop, it should find its way back. I know that there were letters being sent by stakeholders to the ministry when the first letter came out expressing concerns.
Trustee Carabella. Let's fix the motion here. Is this what you wanted, a press release and a statement to parents?
And a letter back to the minute, or that could be a third amendment. So let's get the press release there, and then I'd like to add wording or hear Ms. Swindon suggest how to get this letter back to the ministry as well.
Thank you. I think I see Ms. Swindon's hand up. Ms. Swindon, you want to comment on this?
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. To Trustee Carabella, we don't necessarily need to make this change because we can send the statement that we prepare to the media as well. We often we don't have to make it a formal press release. We often share correspondence that's issued by the Board of Trustees. We share it with our media contacts anyhow. So the same statement that we prepare for our parents and guardians and staff will be posted on our website, and we would share that as part of the process. We would share that with the media. So the fact that it says a statement does not preclude us from sharing it with the media, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not sure that you need to add this wording.
Thank you, Ms. Swindon. Trustee, I'm going to ask for a seconder now, please.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
By Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Carabella, you can open up the discussion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I appreciate the different ways. I think it's good that it's written there as a press release, as well as a statement to parents. And I appreciate it being on the website. So I would like to keep that there. Thank you. And I hope that, it's not an obstacle to what needs to be done. So I think it just clarifies it, but it wouldn't really. So I would ask that we support that. Thank you.
I see a couple of speakers. Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up here.
I'm just trying to get through, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand what this actually accomplishes. I'm still stuck on that. So I would ask that we move on because there's lots of business of the board that is actually we need to get to tonight.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Ms. Swindon. I want to just be clear. Where would this press release go again, just so we're absolutely clear, if it does pass?
Ms. Swindon.
To you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee O'Brien, press releases, when we issue them, go to all of our media contacts inside and outside of Halton, both newspaper, radio, TV.
Thank you, Ms. Swindon. Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to state that the spirit of what we're trying to do here is to, bring to everyone's attention, sure, particularly parents and guardians, to everyone's attention that there was an error made. It would seem to me, and I will take advice from experts, that a press release would probably cast the widest net. So in that respect, if we want to supplement that with a statement to parents and guardians and staff, that's just as well. But I think the press release is the overarching umbrella that will get the message out to everybody that needs to hear it. Thank you.
Trustee DeRosa, I do not see any other hands up, so I'm calling the vote. So we are voting on the amendment to the amendment. Moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa, and you see that in blue on your screen there. So I should call the vote. Trustee DeRosa, how do you vote?
I vote in favor, Mr. Chair.
Carabella?
In favor.
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Abstain.
Trustee Ohanchanada? Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
Opposed.
We have 2 in favor, 5 opposed. The amendment to the amendment fails. So we shall now come back to the amendment, the first amendment. And trustees, you see that on your screen. This was moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee Guzzo. We have 2 hands up there. And Trustee DeRosa, are you speaking to this amendment? Trustee DeRosa?
Mr. Chair, I failed to put my hand down.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have your hand up.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I think with this whole issue, the punishment has to fit the crime, and I think this is just. We talk about walking justly. Whatever was done, I think it will be fixed with this. I think a press release, I won't speak to it again, but it was overkill. Doing nothing is not right either, but this to me will fix the mistake that we all make, because we all did support the motion at some level. That's my opinion, and I'm going to support this fully. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Seeing no other hands up, I shall call the vote. So we are voting on the first amendment moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee Guzzo, and what you see on this, that's what you see on the screen. Trustee Carabella, how do you vote?
Okay, in favor.
Trustee
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer,
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa,
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada, Trustee Guzzo,
Favor.
Vice Chair Agnew,
Favor.
Trustee Murphy,
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien,
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
We have 7 in favor, none opposed, and no abstentions. The amendment carries. We shall vote on the main motion now. And trustees, you see the main motion on the screen. It was moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. I see Trustee Carabella, your hand is up. I do not see any other hands up, so you get to close. Trustee Carabella, you have 3 minutes.
Sorry, point of order.
Okay.
Wasn't it a strikeout and replace? So isn't it done?
Sorry, I got it wrong. Sorry, too many amendments. Yes, so trustees, we have the main motion in front of us as amended. Trustee Carabella gets to close. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a while in coming, this letter. I know that there are many other delegations that wanted to come forward. There were letters from stakeholders. It's never wrong to engage parents. And so I think with this motion, although I would have liked to have it stronger and have a press release, I hope that this restores process to our motions, and actually that we see the draft before it goes out. That's just another thought I just had. And I hope you can, I'm happy there's resolution to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I shall now call the vote on the motion in front of us, moved by Trustee Carabella, second by Trustee DeRosa. This is amended motion. Trustee Ohonchanada? In favor. Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
We have 7 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. We shall now move on to the next order of business, which is the 2022-23 budget estimates final superintendent lofts. We have trustees who have declared a conflict of interest, Trustee DeRosa and Trustee O'Brien. This is the first part we are discussing. So you declared conflict of interest. So Superintendent Loft, would you like to speak to the report before I read the motion? Superintendent Loft.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I will step out of the room and somebody advise me when we're on to the second part.
You don't have to step out, Trustee DeRosa. You just don't participate in the votes.
All right.
Superintendent Lofts, please proceed.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Is there some feedback? I'm just trying to find, can everyone hear me okay? Okay, I think we're okay now. So before discussing this report, I'd like to first thank the hard work of the finance team with respect to the preparation of the 22-23 balanced compliant budget estimates. A tremendous amount of work goes into this report, so I'd like to thank Adam Cross, our Senior Manager, Financial Services, Cheryl Dalrymple, our Manager of Budget and Capital, Andrew Capling, our Manager of Accounting and Financial Reporting, and our analysts, Danny Swed, Kylie Cannell, and Rebecca Elbers. Thank you. Now, with respect to the 22-23 budget, there has been a couple of changes from the draft budget that we presented at the June 7th regular board meeting. The first one is that there's been some reallocation of expenses. However, the ending values have not changed. So it's exactly the same amount that we have as any balances that we had last week. And then the other item we have is there's an adjustment to a non-union position title, but the dollar amount has not changed. But other than that, everything else has remained the same as it was at the draft budget, the previous board meeting. So, Mr. Chair, I think you mentioned you're going to read the motion, or would you like me to, or? I think you're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Can you hear now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Superintendent Lofts, I'll read the motion and then I'll ask for mover and second, and then we'll move to the next part. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the 2022-23 salary and benefits budget estimates in the amount of $359,691,388. $388. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Trustee O'Hearn Chanada. May I have a seconder for this, please?
Murphy.
Trustee Murphy. Trustees, do we have any questions for Superintendent Lofts? Seeing none, I shall call the vote on the first part. Rosie, could you put up that motion? Since while Rosie is doing that, I shall read the motion. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the 2022-23 salary benefits budget estimate. It's up on the screen. So I shall call the vote. Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien? Trustee DeRosa? Sorry, Trustee, okay. Trustee DeRosa? Okay. Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Onchanada? Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastriamer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
We have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. We shall now move on to the second motion, and we can call in trustees. Trustee O'Brien is here. Okay. I will now read the second motion. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the 2022-23 budget estimates, excluding salary and benefits, in the amount of $98,398,896. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Trustee O'Hearn Chanada. May I ask for seconder?
Murphy.
Murphy. Trustees, do we have any questions for Superintendent Lofts? Trustee O'Brien, your hand is up.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Lofts. Superintendent Lofts, regarding the $1,298,700 for tuition, is that from international students?
Superintendent Lofts.
Mr. Chair, yes. Sorry, Trustee O'Brien. There's some feedback, so I don't know if you heard me or not.
Is that only, second of all, is it only international students
It would be our international students, that's correct.
and nobody else?
I'm not, yeah, no, it would be international students. Mr. O'Brien.
You get as a complete yes, and it's the only that, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question about the deficits over the years that we've had, the 1% tolerance. Have we caught up all that deficit and followed a recovery plan? Have we done that?
Superintendent Lofts.
Yeah, we have a deficit, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We have a deficit for the upcoming school year, for the current 121-22. We ended up not having the deficit in the prior years as the schools, as we know, were shut down for a number of months, which resulted in savings to the board. So to answer your question, we don't have a deficit in this budget year, and last year's we were anticipating a deficit. But we had the funding to cover it, and it would be a 1-year deficit. So I'm not sure what you mean by caught up. Trustee Carabella?
Trustee Carabella, would you like to clarify?
Well, you're saying we have we're compliant. So we do have a deficit, but it's compliant.
Actually, not this year. No, through you, Mr. Chair. We included one of the reports from EFIS in there that kind of identifies if we're compliant or if we're balanced. Ours is a balanced budget according to the ministry's markers. It's on page, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up here. What page it is in the package.
It's
sorry, Trustee DeRosa, do you have it? Sorry,
it's page 70.
Thank you. So page 70 has the identification from EFIS that identifies us that we are a compliant budget as well as a balanced budget per the determination by the ministry.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, do you have a follow-up question?
No.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, I'm going to call the vote on the motion in front of us. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Favor.
Trustee Mo.
Favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
Opposed.
Trustee. Trustee Carabella.
Oh, sorry, you were muted for me. I'm opposed.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanara. There are 4 in favor, 3 opposed. The motion carries. Moving on to the next order of business, which is item 8.3, 2022-23 International Student Program Conference, International Consultants for Education and Fairs. Superintendent Cordero, would you like to speak to the report before I read the motion? Superintendent Cordero.
Yes, I would. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Before I present this action report, I wish to acknowledge and thank staff, Corinne Lauren, Tracy Labont, Antonia Montanari, and Ree Kai for their great work in supporting the HCDSB's International Student Program, as well as my administrative assistant, Nikki Piva. The purpose of this report is to share information and request the HCDSB's attendance at the International Student Conferences in Berlin, Germany, to be held October 30th to November 1st, 2022, and San Diego, California, also in 2022, from December 15th to the 17th. Both events are recommended by International Consultants for Education and Fairs, better known as ICEF. The conferences provide an excellent opportunity to develop partnerships with top quality international agencies and government officials. Last year's attendance at the Berlin conference resulted in 7 international agent agreements, and we are hopeful that next year's events will yield similar success. Information about the two conferences is found in Appendix A, and for a projected cost breakdown, please refer to Appendix B. The recommendation is presented for the consideration of the board. At this time, I welcome any questions that the members of the board may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. I will first read the motion and then I'll ask trustees for questions. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approved the request for travel outside of Canada by one senior staff member and one ISP department member to attend the ICEF Conference Berlin, October 30th to November 1st, 2022, and San Diego, December 15th to 17th, 2022. May I have a mover?
Murphy.
Moved by trustee Murphy. May I ask for a seconder, please?
I'll second it.
Seconded by trustee Byrne Shinoda. Shall now open up the floor to questions, and I see trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up, trustee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So through you, so the comment was made that it resulted in 7 international students from the Berlin conference. Can I ask what revenue that brought in?
Superintendent Cordero.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to trustee Guzzo. So agent agreements are, once they're signed and accepted, we move forward with the opportunity to have families select our school board to have their children attend our system. I don't know exact numbers, but to date, what may materialize, but to date of those 7 agent agreements, approximately 9 students have registered for the upcoming academic school year.
Thank you, trustee Guzzo.
Yeah.
I do, thank you. So the 7 agent agreements actually hasn't come into fruition yet. So we have 9 students that have enrolled and I guess have already paid. Just clarify that piece, because then I have an additional question.
Superintendent Cordero.
Yeah, so the agent agreements have been signed. The students have committed to commencing with the board beginning in September. Some of whom have paid in full. Others are in the process of making payment. It is a process that does take some time, but all payments will be received before the start of the school year.
Thank you. Trustee Guzzo, you have
I have a follow-up question. Thank you. So who will be attending these conferences? Because I know that the frontline staff do a lot of the marketing and whatnot here in our schools, that those that are actually running the program, the day-to-day. So who will be attending?
Superintendent Cordero.
So the intention is that I will be attending the conferences, and if necessary or as a support, then one other staff member from the International Student Program would be attending with me. Last November, when I attended the Berlin conference, I attended alone.
Thank you. We'll move down the speakers list. Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. And my questioning is similar along the lines of trustee Guzzo, but it's directed to Superintendent Loft. You gave a very generous number on tuition, $1,298,000. And I'm looking at the cost of the conference. So there may be other costs that I'm not seeing. I'm wondering, just asking Superintendent Loft, is this still a bringing in more revenue than is going out?
Superintendent Lofts. Would Superintendent Loft be able to comment, or Superintendent Cordero?
Because I didn't hear any numbers from Superintendent Cordero. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, let's go to Superintendent Lofts and check with him. Superintendent Lofts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that information available right now. Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Director Daly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be worth if Superintendent Cordero could talk about what tuition fees are for international students, and that'll give us an idea of how the revenue is generated.
Go ahead, Superintendent Cordero.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Daly and to members of the Board of Trustees. So a student tuition is approximately $15,000 for the year. So if you were to take 9 multiplied by 15,000, that would be generally the tuition fees that were accumulated as a result of the last in-person conference experience.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, do you have a follow-up?
No, my question is answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. That's great. So the tuition fee, so 15,000, so roughly 2,000 or 3,000 above what we get for students from the ministry, right? Attending our board, little higher. Yeah, no, it doesn't mean about 2,000 or 3,000 more than what we get. Okay, so and so you have proposed to attend 2 conferences this year. And how many students have we historically received from the United States?
Superintendent Cordero.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Guzzo. So these conferences are attended by agents and government officials from across the globe. We would not be meeting with agents or government officials from the United States. These are conferences held that are inviting of peoples from different parts of the world so they can connect with each other. The United States is a common place, just like Europe, where conferences are held. So again, we're not looking to recruit American students.
Trustee Guzzo, you have a follow-up?
I do, thank you. I understand that, but you've put in to attend 2, and if it's the same people that are attending, it's in a very short period of time. We're talking back to back essentially, right? November and then back in December. So my suggestion would be maybe that we should look at attending 1, which has historically given us the most, because I don't see 9 students enrolling being as lucrative to send 2 people to 2 conferences, 1 being overseas. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
If I could answer to that and provide some clarity, Chair.
Comment. That was the comment. Thank you. Moving down, we have a speaker, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes being a bean counter, I gravitate to numbers all the time as a first instinct, but often we have a tendency to forget that there are events that bring a lot of goodwill and exposure to our program. I have to think that this trip has the effect of potentially recruiting students, but also continuing the very valuable goodwill that one builds when attending these conferences. So I'd be a very strong supporter of this. Thank you.
Trustee Rosa, I see no other hand up, so I shall. Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up just in time.
Sorry, I have one more question. And it just relates to our discussion earlier about a decrease in enrollment. How many students do we have that are from actually within our board attending this program?
Superintendent Cordero.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee Guzzo. So 2 years ago, when I assumed this role, the International Students Program had 15 elementary students and 71 secondary students. We now have approximately 105 secondary students and 25 elementary students. So we've gone up from 85 total HCDSB international students to approximately 130.
Guzzo, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, my follow-up is considering that our enrollment is done, what is being, before I can agree to something like this, what are we doing to recruit here within Halton before we're going outside for these specific programs? Because we are funded regardless for our students here in Canada and within the region of Halton.
Superintendent Cordero. I'll jump to Director Daly. I see his hand on the button here. Director Daly.
Well, yeah, I think it's a fair question. We've talked quite a bit over the last few meetings as budget's been proposed that our enrollment is down. So I think it is a fair question as to what are we doing to retain our own students. So whether it's our elementary students into high school or drawing students into our kindergarten programs. I think that's a separate process in terms of recruiting, certainly with our JK and SK programming this year. Superintendent Dinolfo has put a program into place to advertise, attract, sell the program, if for lack of a better word. We really try to strongly emphasize with our secondary schools to keep good connections with our elementary schools so that our retention rates are high. So that's ongoing work. There's a cost to it to a certain extent, but we do fund some of those initiatives, student success, some through other funding mechanisms we have. So there are a little bit of two different recruitment processes, I guess.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions here, I shall call the vote on item 8.3. You see the motion in front of you, trustees. Moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee Ohonchanada. Vice Chair Agnew? In favor. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Ammer? Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada? In favor. Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. We shall move on to item 8.4, September 2022 World Indigenous Peoples Education Conference in Adelaide, Australia. Superintendent Kroll, would you like to speak to the report before I read the motion? Superintendent Kroll?
Certainly, I will speak to it briefly. Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to share this wonderful opportunity that our Indigenous Education Advisor, Sherry Sable, has to attend this conference, to share some of the work that she's done here in Halton, and also to participate in the learning that she'll gain from the conference. She is also here on the call. I'm not sure if Sherry, you wanted to speak to this further.
Hi there. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. We submitted an abstract to the World Indigenous Education Conference, and there was over 700 abstracts that were submitted, and they only accepted 70, and one of them was ours. So that's absolutely fantastic. So it is a fantastic conference. Had the pleasure of going a long time ago when I was in university as a student. And there is an awful lot of learning that happens there from Indigenous people around the world. And also, you know, the learning that will happen there, but also the learning that we'll be able to, I'll be able to bring back, because we are offering an Indigenous global perspectives in grade 12. And so that would be able to talk about all sorts of different Indigenous peoples from around the world when it comes to justice, social issues, but also in the way of reclaiming land and land-based learning, and also getting those connections from various Indigenous groups across the country or across the world that we would be able to tap onto when we have guest speakers that would come into the grade 12 course, as well as just, you know, making the international stage, in a sense, right, of all the work that has been happening in Halton. So you have the report in front of you. We do have an appendices of how much it would cost, and I think, and the breakdown is there. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Superintendent Kroll, and thank you, Sherry. I shall now read the motion. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the request for travel outside of Canada by the HCDSB Indigenous Education Advisor to attend the World Indigenous Education Peoples Conference, WIPCE, in Adelaide, Australia from September 26th to 30th, 2022. May I have a mover?
I will move, Mr. Chair. Very gladly.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Trustee Guzzo. I shall now open up the floor to questions. I see two hands up. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
I'd like to wish Sherry a good trip and a good conference.
Oh, thank you.
Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Sherry, I think it's wonderful. We don't hear from you we don't hear asks from you too often. You do wonderful work. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was just talking about grandmother Renee and grandmother's voice, and just so unbelievable. So whatever you need, I think is amazing, and I would love to support anything that you bring forward.
Oh, thank you.
Trustees, thank you, Superintendent Kroll and Sherry. I shall now call the vote. I do not see any hands up. I shall call the vote. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Carabella?
So in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Hunchanada? Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
We have 7 in favor, none opposed, no abstentions. The motion carries. Moving on to item 8.5, upholding the sanctity of life in fundraising services at the Halton Catholic District School Board, sterilization. The following is the notice of motion from the June 7, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Carabella, please read the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be amending the motion to Regulation 162/00. Upholding the sanctity of life in fundraising services at Halton Catholic District School Board, sterilization. Whereas sterilization is a procedure that harms the normal functioning of a healthy organ so as to prevent the future conception of children. Whereas, quote, direct sterilization, that is, the sterilization which aims, either as a means or as an end in itself, to render childbearing impossible, is a grave violation of the moral law and therefore unlawful, end quote. Whereas Humana Vitae teaches that, quote, equally to be condemned, as the magisterium of the church has affirmed on many occasions, is direct sterilization, whether of the man or of the woman, whether permanent or temporary, end quote. Whereas the Catechism of the Catholic Church teaches, quote, every action which, whether in anticipation of the conjugal act or in its accomplishment or in the development of its natural consequences, proposes, whether as an end or as a means to render procreation impossible, is intrinsically evil, end quote. Whereas the church teaching on the illicitness of evil from sterilization is infallible and unchanging, thus its use is objectively a mortal sin. Whereas the Halton Catholic District School Board as a Catholic institution has a responsibility to uphold church teaching and not lead others to sin through scandal, as stated in the Bible in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 22, quote, abstain from all appearance of evil, end quote, and 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 12, quote, but when you thus sin against members of your family and wound their conscience when it is weak, you sin against Christ, end quote. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board, because it is a Catholic institution, will not provide or facilitate any fundraising services through any of its schools and board office to registered charities and nonprofits, including their subsidiaries, affiliates, and associates, that in any way are involved in or support direct sterilization through advocacy, programs, finance, or material support, and will solicit the views of school councils as per Regulation 162/00, section 19, paragraph 1, subsection 4.
Can we
Thank you.
have those additional words on the, please? Trustee Carabella. So you have the notice of motion that you have. You're adding an additional part to that notice.
I'm adding to, I'm amending it to make it correct, to make it comply with regulation.
Hear me out. So you have put a notice of motion and you are adding another section to that. That is a section regarding OREG 612/00. Now you have increased the scope of this motion, number one. And number two, you are first giving instructions. Your motion gives instructions to not to give the funds that are fundraised, and then you're soliciting feedback from the school council. That itself is contradictory. That itself is out of order. So as the motion is presented, it's out of order, Trustee Carabella. Your option is to appeal the motion.
Mr. Chair, I appeal that ruling.
Okay, so we have an appeal on the notice of motion presented with an amendment. So, yes, so we have an appeal moved by Trustee O'Brien and seconded by, need a seconder, please.
Carabella.
Carabella. There is no decision to take, call the vote. Trustee O'Brien.
In favor of the appeal.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Boy. Oh, Trustee Mastrihammer. Trustee Tokiwa.
Opposed.
Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Guzzo.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
So we have 3 in favor of the appeal and 4 opposed. The appeal fails. The motion is out of order, and we shall now move on to the next order of business, which is item 8.6, policy I-47, information security. Trustee Guzzo, please read the motion.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy I-47, information security, be approved at second and third reading.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. May I ask for a seconder?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Agnew. I shall now ask trustees if there are questions. Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. My question is to Mr. Gerstad, our privacy officer.
I just want to understand how this policy coordinates with the other existing policies that we have when it comes to security information of stakeholders.
Yep. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It's a really good question. One of the observations I had when I joined the board is that there's a big focus on privacy. So when you look at, for example, our privacy procedure, it talks about protecting privacy, which is good, but there isn't anything. It's not really clear on how to protect all the other information, the third-party data that we may come across, the intellectual property that we may be holding on to through vendors that we work with. So the purpose of the information security policy is to really be that high-level policy that will oversee all of the other procedures that have an impact on security, information security, cybersecurity.
Trustee Goose.
I do, thank you. But Mr. Grishak, just to confirm though, but doesn't PIPEDA and MFIPA already cover that regardless if there's a policy or not? There are steps that are required, particularly public information, when we are gathering that information, especially that we're governed by the Minister of Ed, that we have to fall in line with all of those regulations.
Mark?
Yes, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that is correct. All I'm saying is that the existing policies and procedures that we have are in a lot of different locations, and the purpose of this policy is to really emphasize and bring everything together in one place. And you're right, if you read MFIPA, if you read PHIPA, if you read PIPEDA or any of those pieces of legislation, there is a provision in there that speaks to the protection of information. The focus on with MFIPA or any of the other legislative or the rules that govern privacy, they're focusing on privacy. So now with this, we're kind of branching out and ensuring that we're addressing all types of information that we work with. So we don't have a security policy that is clear. It's all over the place. So this is the purpose to address that with this policy.
Thank you. I'll go to Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. The information under requirements, it states if you are an employee, third person, or trustee, you must take the required steps to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of HCDSB information prescribed in HCDS procedure VI-101. Though I agree totally with protecting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of HCDSB information, I don't agree with everything in procedure VI-101, particularly the line, if you are a trustee, you must conduct your work on authorized systems. The nature of our elected office needs some kind of arm's length from the possible scrutiny of board staff, so I cannot support this policy as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Seeing no other hands up, I shall call the vote. Now, trustees, remember that this is at second and third reading. So since this is at second and third reading, we need 3/4 votes. That means if 8 trustees are present, we need 6 in favor to pass. Sorry? So if 8 are voting, we need 6 in favor. We need 2/3, 3/4 votes, sorry. So I shall now call the vote and this. Yes, so the motion says we are doing the second and third together. So we need 3/4 votes to pass. To the combined. Yes. So if it does not pass at second and third reading, we have another option here. We could ask for the second a vote on the second reading now itself because it's already notified, right? So I shall call the vote now. Trustee Ohan Chanora. Trustee Guzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Duarte is in favor here. So we have 5 in favor, 3 opposed.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
So the second and third reading, the motion as it stands, second and third reading fails. We do not meet the 3/4 votes. Now we have an option here. We can do the second reading, and that requires a simple majority. Okay. Correct. So we shall do the second reading. So that motion needs to be changed. Does anyone have the ability to change that motion and delete the third reading there? Okay. So may I ask for a motion to adopt this at the motion at the second reading? May I have a mover?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by trustee.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, and point of order.
Yes, trustee O'Brien.
I am not a parliamentarian expert, but I am wondering if this motion did fail, and are we not introducing a new action item, and does not that have to be done by a unanimous decision?
Yes.
Do you even put it on as an action item?
I shall
Just a
pass it.
question.
I shall pass it to Parliamentarian Kapoor. Parliamentarian Kapoor, you would be better to answer this on my behalf.
My advice to you, Chair, would be that a motion to adopt on second reading is well within the notice of a motion to adopt on second and third reading. And therefore it would be in order to accept a motion with the exact same words, just delete, just to say add second reading. That would be my advice to the chair.
Yes,
just
thank you.
clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Parliament. Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. And so that's how we are going to proceed. We have the motion in front of us. The third reading is deleted and we are voting on the second reading. This needs a majority vote. It's moved by trustee Guzo. I'm looking for a seconder, please.
Murphy.
Trustee Murphy. Do I have any questions on this motion? Discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the vote. Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella. I'll come back to Trustee Carabella. Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer. Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Uhanchanada. Trustee Guzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, are you there? Trustee Carabella. So we have 4 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion carries. The motion has passed second reading.
Point of clarification, just to clarify this. So, Mr. Chair, does this now go back to policy?
It goes back to policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. We shall now move on to item 8.7, policy V-09, public concerns complaint process. Trustee Guzo, can you please read the motion?
Thank you through Mr. Chair. Oh.
Sorry about that. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation policy of the policy committee that policy V-09 public concerns complaints process be approved.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. May I have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second it.
Trustee O'Hearn, Janota. Seconds. Is there any questions? Are there any discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the vote. Trustee DeRosa,
In favor.
Trustee Carabella, Trustee Bowie,
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer,
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa,
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn, Janota, Trustee Guzzo,
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew,
Favor.
Trustee Murphy,
In favor?
Trustee O'Brien,
In favor.
Trustee Carabella, are you there? Trustee Carabella? The motion, we have 6 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries. Moving on to item 8.8, policy V-18, community engagement and public consultation policy. Trustee Guzzo, can you please read the motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy V-18, community engagement and public consultation policy be approved.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. May I have a seconder for this item?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Agnew seconds. Do we have any discussions on this? Seeing none, I shall call the vote on this item. Trustee Carabella? Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn, Janota? Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew? Trustee Murphy?
In favor?
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
I'm opposed.
Trustee Carabella? Trustee Carabella? Trustee Carabella has lost the internet. We have 5 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. We shall now move on to the next order of business, which is staff reports. There are no staff reports. Moving on to the next order of business is information item. Item 10.1, student trustee update. Student trustees, please present your report.
Sorry about that. Student Senate applications closed 2 weeks ago. In partnership with the incoming student trustees, we are now in the process of appointing our senators for the 2022-2023 school year. We are taking the application process very seriously since the incoming student trustees have a lot of great initiatives planned for next year. We look for students who will prioritize Student Senate, can bring a lot of experiences and ideas to the table, are currently enrolled in high school in grades 9-11, and the form will open up again to students next year for the grade 9 students to apply. Display our Catholic graduate expectations, want to expand their horizons as a leader, will create and participate in board-wide events and changes, want to represent their school community, have a voice in their education. Results of applications will be released next week. As well, on behalf of the student trustees, we would like to congratulate all graduates this month, especially their senators who will be leaving us this year. Thank you all for your hard work and congratulations on your accomplishments.
No believing, as we're approaching the end of the year, many of our elementary schools and high schools are having their end of year mass and liturgies. This is a great way for our school communities to get connected once again before the summer break. We're also excited to announce that at OSTA Eqao's 2022 AGM, Trustee Bowie was elected to represent the Catholic students as the 2022-2023 Catholic Board Council Vice President.
And I will be doing belonging for today. So the Student Senate is currently participating in consultations both concerning student mental health and anti-discrimination work in our schools. The Senate met with the mental health leadership team prior to our last Senate meeting on June 14th, 2022 to discuss our mental health strategy for the upcoming school year. The discussions were fruitful and our senators are excited to continue their work with the mental health leadership team in the upcoming school year. I'd especially like to highlight the amazing work of Martina Trela, a senior at Assumption, and Andrew Walker, a grade 9 student at Christ the King, for their work as student wellbeing chairs. Martina will be leaving us this year, but she is going on to pursue a degree in psychology. So I'm confident that she'll continue her work with mental health for years to come. As well, we have met with CETA, Senior Manager of Human Rights and Equity, to discuss responding to discriminatory incidents in our schools. And myself, as well as incoming student trustee Ariana Chua, are also currently members of the Anti-Bullying Strategy Committee spearheaded by Superintendent Cordero. To end our last report, I'd like to recognize the work of student trustees Tokiwa and Masri Amar. I know that I speak for all of us when I say that you both will be sorely missed.
Thank you, student trustees, for your report. I shall now open up the floor to trustees for questions. Trustees, do we have any questions or anything to say to our student trustees? More than welcome at this point in time. Trustee Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the student trustees. When I was chair, we met once a month, and I really enjoyed engaging with you and learning from you. Hopefully, I was able to impart a little bit of wisdom on you, but that's my wish that one day I will be able to do that to somebody. But thank you so much. You are shining examples of the good work and the value of not only our board, but Catholic education. You are impressive students, and you will be impressive adults, and we look forward to following your careers and your achievements in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Trustee Uhanchanada.
Thank you. And I want to underline the theme that Trustee Murphy, it's been a real pleasure working with all of you. You are our future, and with you as our future, I can retire and die in peace. So continue to do what you do, be the authentic you, and be strong voice. Okay, well done, well done. Your parents and friends should be very proud of you. I personally am very, very proud of you, so thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Uhanchanada. Vice Chair Agnew.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what else there is to say, but I definitely want to make sure that we acknowledge your contributions. You have been articulate, committed. You have known your staff. You have been fully engaged, not just here at the board table in your activities here, but also what you do at your individual schools, on the other committees that you participate in. So thank you. I can't imagine. I've watched you stay late at meetings, knowing that you had culminatings, knowing that you had other things going on, and yet, you didn't waver from your commitment. And you've always been so proud of the way you've represented the work of other students. So thank you. I would agree with my fellow trustees who have already commented on that, but you are an excellent example of the future. We wish you all the very best in your endeavors, and we honestly can't wait to see what the future holds for you. So thank you so much for being a part of this, and you will definitely be missed.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee O'Brien.
Through you, Mr. Chair. You've said it all, Trustee, but I wanted to say it's been really great working with you, and hopefully we've taught you something. Your endurance to go through some of these grueling meetings is extremely impressive. Like Vice Chair Agnew said, you are kind of the students that we always are thinking about. You're kind of the representative, so to have you right here is a real gift. And if the other students are even half of what you are, then we are really blessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee De Rosa.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Everything that I feel and wanted to say has been said. I want to express my own personal thanks and remark to all our young trustees that they have done their role justice and then some in many respects. So I respect very much what they've done, and I'm excited to think of what the future holds for them as individuals. Congratulations and best of luck. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, my brain's like a bit like a turkey right now, so I apologize because I had something to say, but every other trustee has kind of said it already. So we'll leave it at that and say best of luck, future endeavors. Keep rocking it. Keep being superstars and, living the life that of social justice, pursuing, helping those that need it the most. And I'm sure you'll all come back at some point to tell us how wonderful everything and all the wonderful things that you've done. So best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. And before we jump to you, we have a housekeeping item to do. It's 11 o'clock here, so we'll just take a vote on extending by 30 minutes. May I have a mover so we can extend it? Yeah.
Murphy.
Moved by Trustee Murphy.
I'm second.
Seconder.
Second.
Trustee DeRosa seconds it. I'll take a recorded vote. Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Favor.
Trustee Murphy. In favor. Trustee DeRosa.
Favor.
Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Duarte is in favor. Okay, the motion carries. We are going to extend by 30 minutes. And I shall now hand the floor to our student trustees to respond. Trustee Bowie.
Thank you so much. Chair Duarte, I just wanted to add that I missed something incredibly important. Happy birthday, Trustee Masriamar.
Yes. Happy birthday, Trustee Masriamar. So once again, thank you, student trustees, for your update, and thank you for all the wonderful work that you have done. Director Daly wants to add something. Director Daly.
I just want to thank you for your work on behalf of senior staff. It's really helped us make better decisions, and the way you've elevated and amplified student voice and reminded us of that has been really helpful. So thank you very much. Wish you many blessings in the future, and we'll certainly keep you in our thoughts and prayers. And you're going to continue to do great things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Daly, and thank you once again. So moving on to the next item, 10.2, construction reports. Superintendent Merrick, would you like to present your construction report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, we have the construction report for the Milton No. 10 Catholic Elementary School. Work is progressing well there. Our transformer finally arrived this past month. So our site is fully powered now. We're just moving along with the cosmetic items, millwork, flooring, and whiteboards, as you can see from the photos there. And we have some work to do outside as well. The curbs are in now. Asphalt is happening this week, as well as sod will start into next week and into early July. So we will be planning to move in the next 2 to 3 weeks, which will put us in really good shape to be up and ready for students for September. So happy to take any questions that trustees may have on the Milton No. 10 school.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. We have Vice Chair Agnew. Vice Chair Agnew, the floor.
Thank you. Not a question, and I'm not a Milton trustee, but just I wanted to say hallelujah. Looks like you're getting there to the end of it, and it looks like it'll be ready for September. So great work, and thank you to all the staff for your commitment and dedication in moving these projects forward. So thank you, Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Superintendent Merrick. Great job during very, very difficult times to get the school built. It looks great. How are we making it, even though it's not part of this report, how are we making out on Milton number 3? Whereabouts are we at in that process?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, we're just wrapping up a couple of loose ends on our site plan submission. So we're just working through, I guess, some of the tie-ins with adjacent properties to kind of tie up some loose ends with them as far as drainage goes. And once we have that done, we expect to submit our hopefully our last site plan submission next week, which will then put us in a good spot to start pulling building permits in July and getting up to tender to let us be in the ground for September or in the fall, which puts us on track to have a school built 2 years from that, which will put us in line for September 2024.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy, follow up?
No, thank you.
Next up is Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't have a question again. Similar to Trustee Agnew, I have to say kudos to you, Superintendent Merrick, and your team for getting this work done. I know Milton is breathing, I'm sure, a sigh of relief knowing that this is on its way. So thank you to you and your team.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. To Superintendent Merrick, question of clarification is just to be sure. This is the school that the Kateri students will be moving into in September, correct?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. I see no further questions here. So Superintendent Merrick, thank you and your team for the wonderful work that you do. We shall now move on to the next item, 10.3, pilot project cameras on school buses. Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached the pilot project cameras, excuse me, on school buses report. This report outlines what has been done and what is scheduled to be done with respect to cameras on our buses. HSTS and the 2 Halton boards that utilize HSTS, Halton District's School Board, as well as obviously us, Halton Catholic District School Board, plan on continuing the pilot in the fall of 2022. David Coley, the HSTS General Manager, Branko Vidovic, our Senior Manager of Planning Services, and I are available to answer any questions relating to this report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. Trustees, any questions? I see Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you. Superintendent Lofts, nothing crazy. I know you guys have all done your work there, but obviously when we see cameras in these situations, there's always concerns about privacy. So just wanting to make sure that everything's been put in place so that we don't see any privacy breaches. And if you could do that a little bit, just to calm anyone's concerns that might be there.
Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, Trustee Agnew. What we actually have to do a pilot through the IPC. So the IPC, which is the Information Privacy Commissioner, has requested that we do a pilot project on the cameras and with a select number of schools. So we did start the pilot back in November, ran for about 8 weeks or so, and then we had to stop it because of COVID. And what I mean by because of COVID is when we came back to school, our buses, because of the shortage of drivers, our buses had to be used. We couldn't guarantee that our buses that had the cameras turned on were only going to be used on those specific routes. So we had to turn off the cameras and discontinue the pilot until obviously the fall. So we'll be starting the pilot back up again in the fall, and hopefully we have it completed. The IPC will sign off on it, and then we can implement it across the system. Dave Coley, is there anything to add to that I may have missed? Or Dave, everyone, is our HSTS. We talked to Dave earlier tonight.
No, that covers it for the continuation of the pilot.
Great, thanks.
Follow up? No,
thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy, you're up next. Trustee Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Superintendent Lofts or to Dave. Good to see you, Dave. There was a situation we had in Milton that was brought to my attention and to Chair Duart's regarding our vulnerable students. And I know that this is I know that there is overlap because the pilot was going on and the privacy issues. But I'm seeing this as almost as a separate issue, and I'm not sure if there's a certain level of urgency that can be put on it or can be looked at, is the protection of our most vulnerable students when they're in that's in being carried in a transportation. Is there does it still fall into the same regulations and have to go through the same process, or could it be looked at separately and, for lack of a better way of describing it, fast-tracked?
Superintendent Lofts?
Maybe I'll start off, and then if Dave could jump in, if I miss anything. Through you, Mr. Chair, Trustee Murphy, yes, that's, and I too am aware that's that situation. Unfortunately, it is unfortunately, I don't think we are able to do that and honor our IPC commitment with the pilot project. We did discuss that very issue about being a different situation with our vulnerable students, with both the privacy officers at our board, with Mark Ritchik, as well as with the public board. And they both felt that in order to honor the IPC's requirement, that we couldn't change from that initial pilot project. Dave, did I capture everything? Or?
Yep, I agree. That's correct. We wanted to. We can't. Our hands are held right now as far as moving to having cameras running on all buses or all small buses. Once the pilot's done, once this is approved by the IPC, cameras will be on all 475 buses.
Thank you. Trustee Murphy, you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. I appreciate you recognizing that this is a matter to be dealt with. And my only ask would be that if we could prioritize the transportation vehicles that transport our most vulnerable students first.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Trustee Guzzo, you're up next. You have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize in advance if this question has already been answered. I feel like I've been living in a basement dwelling all this time sitting here. So who can actually access the videos? Who and it's only kept for a certain period of time, correct?
Superintendent Loft.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. That is correct. It does. It kind of overwrites itself. So it's not the length of time, I believe, is 30 days. Or maximum 30 days that it's kept for. Who has access to the information? I'll let Dave maybe walk through it. There is a process in place, obviously, for privacy as to who actually can see the video. But maybe I'll just hand it over to Dave on the actual procedural aspect of it.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Or thanks. The actual data. So the cameras that are on the buses, cameras can be removed by mechanics and only. Drivers do not have access to it. The camera gets brought into a office, bus company office. It's encrypted data. The bus company, with the encrypted data, they can see what the dates are if we request certain information, and it gets sent via FTP'd on a secure access to the Halton Catholic District School Board's servers. And then from there, my office, so I would have access or a delegate to grab the data, uncrypt it, and share that with the school principal. And it's not shared with anybody else.
Trustee Guzzo, your follow-up?
Thank you. So strictly the principal, even if somebody else requests to see it, it's strictly just the principal.
I'll put this to Superintendent Lofts. Or David.
Yeah, I'll pass it to Dave on that one. I believe, my understanding was it was the principal, but if someone else requests it, I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, so if it goes right to the principal or the principal designate, so the vice principal, to view it, and it's to make a decision on whatever incident they're asking about. That being said, and this was where I may have to defer to Mark, it can be requested further if it's a police matter.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just, sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify too. The IPC has also gone over our entire process, start to finish as well. So that was part of getting the approval and going through even the pilot. Before we got to the pilot, they had to approve our process in data handling and items like that.
Thank you. Moving on down the speakers list, we have Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you. And just another quick question. I'm always making sure that we're representing stakeholder, voice, and we're making sure that we've predicted any.
Trustee Agnew, I think you're muted. You're muted.
So I'm not. Is the boardroom muted?
Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, now I can.
Hear me okay?
Now I can. Yes.
All I was just saying is that, in the hopes of trying to anticipate any challenges we may have, or sort of be ahead of the curve, or, anything that we think might, light someone's fire on this, has some work been sort of done on that Superintendent Lofts, like maybe where we've seen these in other areas?
Superintendent Lofts.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Chair, we wanted to have this project up and running quite a while ago. So the cameras have actually been installed on our buses all this time. It's never been turned on. So all our buses had the cameras already installed. They're just not turned on. So we started this a number of years ago, and this COVID actually, put a stop to our initial plans, and then the IPC's involvement. We had to go through the IPC. I know other boards in the province are doing it as well, Trustee Agnew. I'll hand over to Dave, though, just on that too. And I don't know if you can comment on the other boards at least, or other consortiums that are looking at.
I was at a board in Guelph, so ST Service to Transport to Wellington Dufferin, and they've had cameras since 2008. And while I was there, we had them. So at that time, how the cameras were used, it's evolved dramatically as far as the encryption, as far as how the data is stored. Because at one time, and some of the consortia or school boards have had cameras since the early 2000s, if not earlier. And at that time, it was recorded on VHS cassettes. And the hands that touch the cameras or touch the data has been eliminated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for joining us tonight. I see no other hands up, so thank you and good night. Superintendent Loft, you might as well stay because the item is for 2021-22 budget reports, third quarter, September 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022. With you, Superintendent Lofts.
And thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached the quarterly report from September through May 2022, which is 83% through our fiscal year and 90% through our school year. Our expenditures are in line with expectations. Adam Cross, our Senior Manager of Financial Services, or I am available to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Trustees, do we have any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you and Mr. Cross for bringing this report to us. Thank you so much. Moving on down to the next item, 10.5 capital project reports, 2021-22, third quarter, September 1st to May 31st, 2022. Superintendent Lofts again.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached the capital projects as of May 31st, 2022. Appendix A is a summary of the recently completed projects as well as projects that are in progress. Currently, all projects are projected to have a sufficient funding available to cover all expenditures and remaining commitments. Ryan Merrick, our Superintendent of Facilities, Adam Cross, our Senior Manager of Finance, or I am available to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Loft. We have a Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, Trustee Agnew said hallelujah earlier. I think I need to say it again. This is amazing. So thank you to you and your team for doing this. It's great to see that this is moving along and it's going to be on budget. Thank you.
Once again, Superintendent Loft, thank you and your team for all the wonderful work you do. Moving on to item 10.6, long-term capital plan, final report and community feedback. Once again, Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached Halton Catholic District School Board long-term capital plan final report as well as community feedback. I'd like to acknowledge Dylan Ganaskera as well, our planning officer, as well as Bronco Vidovic, our Senior Manager of Planning Services, for the work required to present this report. Bronco, Dylan, or I are available to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Loft. Trustees, do we have any questions for Superintendent Loft? Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You guys really are on fire tonight. Anything that you think that we should be looking at in regards to the community feedback, Superintendent Moss?
Very good question. I'm going to actually hand it over, if that's okay, to Bronco. Or Dylan. Bronco, if Dylan.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. If I could just hand it over to Dylan. He ran the community consultation piece. So Dylan, if you're online, if you could take over.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So we have our results, summarized comments by, I guess, the type of the category. In terms of each of the comments that were received, I think it's more for trustees to look at what the community is feeling for certain areas, for certain projects, and then we also provide a staff response. And there are other questions that were more about the long-term capital plan format, and those will be addressed next year because we will be overhauling the long-term capital plan. So it'll be a new document and it will go up for approval in principle for the 2023 long-term capital plan version.
Thank you. Do we have a follow-up, Trustee Guza? Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Loft, once again, and your team for all this work. There's a lot of things happening behind the scene. Moving on down
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Oh, sorry, Superintendent Loft, hold on. Trustee O'Brien, you have a question? We are on long-term capital plan.
Thank you. Through you to Superintendent Loft, I understand the number of factors affecting the progress and cost of capital projects as mentioned. Unforeseen site conditions, delays with material deliveries, increase in material and labor costs for skilled labs, and COVID-19 pandemic-related costs and delays. It's well laid out. We've heard this before. But my question is this. Who monitors how often we can use these reasons to justify cost increase? In other words, when do we ever say the original agreement was the amount of money and it really is unreasonable to go past that?
Superintendent Loft?
In other words, like when the contractor says things are going to cost more, what does the conversation look like?
Superintendent Loft.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Maybe Superintendent Merrick can help out a little bit on this one, but initially we do have cost consultants, Trustee O'Brien, that would look at it to see the reasonableness of what the contractors are charging and if there is any merit to what's being, I guess, addressed. Certain things too, obviously our facilities department would be well aware of, like supply shortages, obviously construction season impacted by weather, things like that. So we would know that ourselves. We wouldn't need any kind of outside assistance on that. We could tell if the weather is not good for construction, we would know that. We would understand that delay is and the additional cost would be appropriate. I see that Superintendent Merrick is there as well, so maybe I'll hand it over to him if that's okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We work through those with those kind of concerns or claims that have come up with our consultants. So we have architects and engineers and project managers that work third-party contractors for us on the jobs, and we work through them to see if the claims are warranted. We can even request more information if they're buying the materials through a supplier, request quotes from that supplier, compare with past projects that we've seen. Even consult with other school boards that have built similar buildings to see if the any price increases are warranted. So we do our due diligence. We also realize that we have a budget set for the project. So I mean, if we don't have room in the budget, then obviously we can't approve any above and beyond cost there. So the Ministry of Education has recently increased their construction funding for projects. So trustees will remember a couple of reports, back in February, with the release of projects back in February, they increased their benchmark funding by 6%. And then again in April, they increased it by 15%. So they are recognizing cost escalations in the sector. But those only go so far, and who knows where it'll go in the next several months. So I mean, until you actually tender a project, you don't actually know what it's going to cost. Until then, it's all just estimates and speculation.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have a follow-up?
I do, and I guess I'm looking for the answer to my question. What kind of pushback is there on this? I mean, is it all kind of in the contractor's hands? Are we kind of at their held, I don't want to say hostage to them because they could just walk away. We have kids to teach, but they're challenged with do we ever challenge them in what they're saying? Or do they have the kind of the final say in this? Like, I'm just throwing that out. We're coming out of COVID now, and again, we keep hearing these same reasons we have for the last 2 years. It's been justified, but we are coming out of COVID. It is not time to start saying you can't say that anymore. It is back to business as usual. So let's pay what we agreed on.
Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We do push back on them all the time. And, you know, it's within our power to walk away from a project as well, or from a job, depending on the scope of the job. We've done it in the past. I can recall back in 2019, we looked at doing 3 roofing projects. The pricing came in crazy high, and we ended up only doing one of them. We just walked away from the other 2 tenders and said we're not doing these ones because we're not getting good value for our money at this price. That said, it's also within the purview of the contractor to walk away as well. If they can't do the job and make what they feel is an appropriate profit or break even on the job, they can walk away as well. So, you know, we have to balance getting the work done that we know we need to service our students and staff with also paying an appropriate price for it.
Thank you. Moving down speaker list, we have Trustee Ohunchanata. You have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. I couldn't let the summer come without asking this question. As far as capital products, I know we've submitted funding requests to build a new elementary school to replace Holy Cross or move Holy Cross. Have we had any communication at all that it's a no?
Superintendent Merrick.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We have not received word back that it has not been approved yet. Although I will say with this government, we have never received that letter. In past governments, we've always received a letter, you know, a letter of denial, if you will. If the project's been denied, we get a letter saying that these projects are no longer being considered. This recent government that's back in power now has not done that historically. So I'm not sure we will, but it's to this point, I've heard no, we haven't received approval yet on Holy Cross, but we haven't received a denial yet on that one either.
Thank you, Trustee Ohunchanata. Follow.
I do, through you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Merrick, I noticed about portable classrooms. So do we have a number for how many portable classrooms will be at St. Bridget and St. Catherine in the fall?
Superintendent Merrick.
We do. I mean, it is fluctuating a little bit as enrollment changes and as the number of classes change. I don't have it on hand with me, but I can send it to you if you like. So I know my team's working on that. Actually, we were talking about it earlier today. Just I don't know the number for that school specifically right now.
That's perfect. It's not urgent. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
It's okay. I meant to put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to maybe clarify what Trustee O'Brien was touching on, I'm assuming that our contracts on capital projects are stipulated price, and then any of the variances would be hidden defects or things along that nature. Are we stipulated price or construction management on our contracts?
Superintendent Merrick.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for new build projects and for most additions as well, we actually do contract management or construction management. So we tender all of the sub-trades individually, and as well as the general's kind of miscellaneous trades and project management for the general is tendered separately. And that way we do have the ability to look at each of the pricing in each of the sub-trades individually. And, you know, if somebody backs out, then we have a separate price. It really helps us expedite projects. And it's one of the reasons why we get things built a lot faster than most other folks do. And it also lets us avoid having, you know, when we make changes, having, you know, the sub-trade add onto the project as well as the GC add on to, you know, his markup onto the project as well.
And just to piggyback on that, so in theory, construction management, given the expertise we have, the general contractor is not building in that extra padding for any hidden defects that they miss, because on a stipulated price, they're bound to that hard number. So in theory, construction management should bring the overall project in cheaper. Would you agree with that?
Superintendent Merrick?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with that. That's typically why we get things done quickly and on budget. But I think the only way you can do that as a board is by doing a lot of construction, which we do, and having all the new projects come in, because we have the expertise in-house to be able to do that.
So yeah, so that's why Trustee O'Brien, you'll see some variance at times, is that extra coverage or insurance policy that a general contractor would put in for any hidden defects that he may be responsible for. Because it's a different style of contract, you don't have that. But the initial quote that you're getting is reduced. They haven't put that padding in to protect themselves. But that's why sometimes there's more variance in it, because there wasn't that insurance policy, if you want to call it that, built in, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Seeing no other hands up, we shall now move on to the next item, OCSTA update. Trustee Ohan Chonada. 1 second, we have a housekeeping item to do. There are just a couple of items, trustees. We need to extend the meeting by 30 minutes, just a couple of items. And we can get through this. We can end the year in a high note. So I'll take the recorded vote for extending the meeting by 30 minutes. Trustee Ohan Chonada. Trustee Guzzo. Oh, she'll come back. Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you're there?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee Duarte is in favor. Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer. Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo is out, so it's not unanimous, so the motion fails. We cannot extend. Shall now move on to the closing prayer. I'll ask Trustee Guzzo to lead us. Yeah, but it's not a. Let's check it. Yes, I did mention OCSTA update. So Trustee Ohan Chonada, you get to speak on that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and I will not be long. I just, for a couple meetings now, I just wanted to put it on our agenda. Back a while ago, I was humble enough to be voted in as our regional director with OXTA. So I take that very seriously, and with that comes roles and responsibilities. So I'd like, moving forward, this is almost like a teaser for our fall meetings, that I will be presenting some updates with the OXTA memorandums. We can have an open session, questions, and I can bring that back. So look forward to that in the fall, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trustee Ohan Chonada. We shall now move on to the. You have a question? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Vice Chair Agnew.
So I just wanted to thank you very much so far for the job that you've done, Trustee O'Hearns Renata, just for making sure that we're getting all the information that's on newsletters and mailing lists, and just keeping us up to date. And I know that can sometimes be a task because of all the information that comes in. So thank you so much for doing that. Very much appreciate that and look forward to your future updates. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ohan Chonada. And we shall now ask Trustee Guzzo to lead us in the closing prayer. Trustee Guzzo. While you were out, the motion failed.
Okay.
To extend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wasn't prepared for that,
yes.
So I just need to pull up my.
That was the whole idea. Okay.
You know what, Mr. Chair, I'll just lead us in our Father, in the name of the Father. Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And I wish everybody a safe and restful summer, and help watch over our student trustees and Director Daly in his new endeavors. Amen.
Thanks for a great meeting, everyone. I'd like to wish all our students, parents, and families a safe and wonderful summer and see you back in September. Thank you. Good night.